How is everyone? Give me just a moment here as I pull this up. We'll be switching to other games today too. Just kicking off with a little of this. Oh, interesting. Apparently I didn't sync everything last time. Yay! Doing this just for a little bit of fun to kick back. Had some aggravating things a little bit earlier, so going to use magic to blow stuff up, and then we'll move on to probably seeing if we can conquer some more land. If you missed it last night, we actually were having some fun because we were playing a guy who gets a suit of armor that lets him fly. Gonna quickly post and then we'll be good to go. Dum dum dum. Come on in, everyone. Let's tell the story and have some good time. With everything on the world right now, I figured having a fun community for us all to hang out is definitely worthwhile and important. Right. We were going to head, I think, here, and then we'll go to the shop. Unknown. Because, you know, that's always fun. No, we don't have ice. Aw, if only we had ice. Alright. Familiar. Huh. That could be interesting. Oh, we got Lightning Bolt. That one was actually pretty fun. Stun. Nope, we're not changing our armor. Ooh, mana regen. That actually would be worth it. Mana regen is something we need. More mana regen. Yeah, we'll take that. I mean, I don't like spending all our money, but mana regen is mana regen, and that's important. I don't know, I think that's it for now. Yep. Don't have enough essence anyways. We need to hit a few more before the next shop. We don't have money anyways. Oh, we're on chapter 2 now. I got it. That's cool. Sure, we'll try. They usually pay.
I need a token to cast a spell.
Ah, oh, there's more over there. No! Well, that didn't go as well as we wanted. We need to get some better spells. Well, that, and they need to not have them spawn on us so horribly. I think that's just the guy, the single last survivor. Man. Having super jump and fly is nice, because you can just jump and then fly. You get lightning! Thanks. Well, it keeps flying instead of jumping. I'm not sure why.
I don't have enough mana.
And of course we want to stay on the mountain here because we can keep generating our mana.
Not enough mana. I need mana.
You know, it might be a little cheap, but isn't that the point? Find ways you can take advantage of things.
I don't have enough mana.
And that's why I keep focusing on mana regen.
Not enough mana.
But yeah, hope you guys enjoy hanging out while I blow off a little steam from the craziness of life of recent. Come on now. I'm right there. Okay, it is this building. Wanted to make sure. Illegal materials shall be seized. Yeah, I'm eating into my health because we're having to cast so much. It's frustrating. Need more mana. Alright, let's head back over there. Alright, that's a wrap. Alright. Not as much essence as we need. Really was hoping we'd get some better essence. Mana regen 5. No one's better. Really need to focus on mana regen. Don't really want to give up our armor, but that's a nice one. I mean, I like the mana regen, but part of this armor is special for this character, and it allows us to fly, which is, you know, a lot of fun. Yes, 7 mana regen. That's nice. Ooh, corrupt damage. That's, we actually do that. Yeah. 22 and 32. I don't know if we'll have enough. And just enough. We could grab that just in case we come across another one of those you need to have this kind of spell things. Nope, can't. Takes 26. Mainly just want to be able to have that for the quest aspect. Like, you know, what might happen here? Aww. Aww, we didn't have 40 essence. Okay.
Not enough mana.
Well, didn't mean to blow up the house. That's unfortunate. There we go. I was wondering what key would make us go down. Hello. Sneaky, sneaky.
I don't have enough mana. I need mana.
Just go already. Come on. That guy just didn't want to go. It's like, no, I'm gonna live. Nope, I'm gonna live. Nope, I'm gonna live. You're making this take longer than it needs to. And that's just a jump, not a fly, if anyone's wondering. So yeah, we have super jump and fly. And so we just need to boost our mana regen so we can, you know, keep flying more and cast more spells. 4. One of these is going to be more, but I'm not sure. Okay, they're the same. Yeah, I want to hit these, and then I want to hit that. So we'll go bap, 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 bap. Very well.
We shall assist your brother getting from the Inquisition, for the Inquisition is terrible indeed. They shall taste the fury of mine.
They keep summoning those sentinels. We need to focus on taking out those mages. Ow. It zooms in when we do that for some reason. And then of course the effect is big enough it makes it hard to fire. Okay, fine. Okay. That guy took a lot. He had good magic resist. Where's your door? Where's your door? There it is. Well, there goes the Inquisition. Don't run too far. Whoop! Bye! Yeah, 24, that's nice. See, that's why I kind of do those missions, hoping to get some payday. Because everyone needs a candy bar. Ah, that health was good. Aww. They have really strong seeking. Who did that?
Not enough. I don't have enough mana.
Ow, we held that too long.
I need mana.
Will you just go down, please? Ow. Gotta make sure we don't hold it long, because we run out of mana way too quick. Alright. Yep, because flying was still using mana because we're too high. Annoying. Oh well. Alright, I think that's it. And you have an item. Yep, using corrupted on corrupted doesn't work very well. Airblade. I mean, that one sounds cool, but the channeling is just devastating. 20 per second, 20 mana per second. So we could hold it for almost a whole 10 seconds. I keep hearing that one mentioned. Let's try it. Alright, I think we're good with that. Yeah, those aren't very expensive. Yep. Now or never. Aw, man, corrupt versus corrupt. This will be interesting. Oh. Mana leech, shaping speed, reduced mana cost, yes. Corrupt damage, yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't like giving up the resistance, but ooh, it's nice. Damage. Mana regeneration would be nice. I mean, those are good. We already have Frenzy, so it's not that beneficial comparatively. It's nice though. It is nice. I like the damage resistance. I do like the shaping bonus, and speed is nice, of course. Of course, mana regen is always a yes. I'm not sure how mana leeching works. Unique scroll. What does this do? Impenetrable shield sounds nice, but we have to move around too much. I think we want the Night Basilisk's boon. It just sounds cool.
We wear the Basilisk spoon.
That wouldn't be bad. We can use this one to do damage. Cool. We'll do Heavy Inquisition, Light Inquisition, Mystery Store. Yeah. I don't really want to do Corrupted. We're not doing so well against him. But we'll do that right after this moment. Give me just a few minutes and we'll press on. Well, not a few minutes, probably a minute and a half. Uh-oh. Apparently we selected. Did not mean to select. Okay. Okay, so it's actually at the impact site. A secondary explosion happens. That's what echo is. It's not a secondary one fires, it's that a secondary explosion happens. Okay, echo is cool, as long as they don't move. Ah, can't see what that one does. We already have that one. Probably the most expensive, though. Alright. We'll take them. Ice Blast is... Can't see the value. Okay, whatever. Oh boy. So they do hide things in places you can't normally get. Wow. I am king of the mountain.
Not enough mana.
I come to deliver pain.
I need mana.
Down with him. Maybe. If that gets echoed, maybe. Good morrow, Witcher. Chaos is cheaper and does more. So chaos seeking is better than order seeking. Good to know. Good to know. I don't know about that. You're just shifting initial power location. Yeah, we don't need that. Ours is better. Ooh. Does chaos trigger off the echoes as well or not? Chaos seeking echo. If that means that what it would mean that they have echo, so they fire off additional, so each additional hit, additional hits. Hmm. That's actually a fun spell. Oh, we didn't even equip our... Oh, terrible. We forgot to put our ring on. Shame on you. No, mana regen. Mana regen is king. Ice Blast. Ice Blast. Okay, same. What does this do? Okay, so it blasts out and stops incoming projectiles. And this just knocks him back. Eh. Oh, really? Sure, we'll try it out. And nothing you have really does what we need. But hey, we sold a few things. You know what? Let's try Chaos. Oh, that's multi-shot. Do we get Chaos? Where's Chaos? Oh, there it is. Like, I thought there was Chaos. Multi-shot is fire only. We'll do Chaos. Why not? We'll try Chaos Seeking Echo. It's going to be expensive, but I wonder if the Echo will trigger. And if not, then I want to see if the Spiral triggers off the Echo. Because if that's the case, that could be useful. I definitely see, you know, blasting that area working really well for, especially the big ones when you knock them over. So the big guys we knock over and then have additional hits on them, hopefully killing them. Similar to just doing single target, but trying something a little different, you know? Corrupted. Corrupted. Ugh. We don't want to mess with Corrupted. Yeah, no, we're gonna do this. Of course, I'd rather pay for healing, get extra health. The Nexus could wait. Silas wants to search the cower. Ice Blast. Corrupted. Outcast. Legion. Inquisition. I'm gonna go for the Inquisition, the store, and then head over this way. We must slay the Inquisition. It looks like only the initial one has the echo. Really? You're right there and it takes that much to get you down? Come on. You should die quicker than that.
Alright, let's do this.
Did more Legion summon in? Alright, can't leave any of them behind. That's just absurd.
Done.
Yeah, we'll hit there, and then... Yeah, we'll hit here, and then here, and then here, 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 here.
Bring it.
Run, little man, run! Wow, they did mess us up pretty good, though. Ice Bolt's definitely common. We're selling 3 of them and we have 1 still. I kind of want to keep that other one though. Yeah, mana reduction. Why? Why would you want that? Yeah. Oh. So we can just buy them. Doesn't have the corruption damage though. Has mana boost, but not corruption damage. It does have shaping bonus though, and it does have spell range and speed. I guess we'll do it. Alright, I think we're good with that. Do a heal. Because that hurt a lot. Yeah, we're gonna go bat, or bat. Yeah, we'll try that. We might have to change our route. Because of the Inquisition. I meant to do this and this. So it now has 10, this would go up. It's actually not bad. Put a few points into it, make it go up a little bit. Hey, Wolf, how's it going? And that is where flying comes in handy. When you fall off a cliff, and you can still return. It should say right there in the channel. But it's Victorium. Victorum. It's a indie game that was made.
I need mana. I don't have enough mana.
Oh, we landed on his corpse. Yeah, but I always update the channel info to show the game that we're playing, just to make sure people can see it. It's not a new game, it's an older game, but I needed to blow off a little bit of steam with some of the chaos today, so I did this, because it's, you know, one of those games you can have fun and, you know, wreak havoc. But watch it, see what you think. You might enjoy it. It's almost kind of like a superhero right now. This is an additional character you can unlock, and he starts with a flying suit of armor, and so we can fly. The cost of the flight is directly proportionate to how far we are from the surface. So you'll notice if we move away from the wall that we will start losing mana. The fact that it shoots out a whole bunch of them, that is a chaos effect on the spell, which means you fire additional in random directions. I was hoping they'd have the seeking ability, but apparently they don't. Oh, if you run out of mana, it'll start tapping your health. So, yeah, you can lose health real quick if you have too powerful of a spell, because it'll just sap your life. Actually, in my last playthrough I did that. I made such a powerful spell. It required so much mana that I just ran out of life so quick. Let's get your breather after that one. Ow, that hurt. They stunned us and wreaked some havoc on our face. That triangle there is shaping. That's how you modify your spell. Oh, we didn't get hurt. Oh wait, that's because we can fly. I initiated the fly so we wouldn't take any fall damage. Yeah. Let's see, 13, 2, and 9. 13. Why not? This is the Inquisition. The yellow part that's growing on us is the Inquisition. If they overtake us, we have a big, huge fight on our hands. So you basically want to do as much as you can without them catching you. So it's kind of this little game within a game of trying to do everything you can without losing. Do not blow up that building. You see that blue icon there? It's a chest. If that building gets blown up, the loot can get destroyed. So you have to be careful about just blowing everything up or you'll lose loot. Oof, sorry to hear that, Wolf, man. That's rough. Give me just a moment. I have to take care of little dude for a moment. Yeah, at least running a D&D game's fun, right? If you want to brainstorm about it, I'd love to. I love running games. I have one second Saturday of the month that has been a lot of fun. Well, in the book, it does say, you know, DM about the DM stuff. So you could just say, well, this isn't their world, it's my world, and the way things work is blah. Just like in the real world, you might not like how things work. It is how they work. I mean, I know some people who really don't like the way that gravity works. But they don't seem to be able to stop gravity from working for some reason. Well, I mean, whoever likes those. And it doesn't really matter which way it goes. Those are never fun. Then again, how many people actually understand history and how it's supposed to work? Whew, give me a moment. Oh, this is getting crazy. If you want, yeah, I can answer some questions if you want. What's up, man? How's life?
It's going. Damn it. Stupid alarm. No, I was just tired. I've had like 3 cups of coffee to keep me going.
Yeah, I understand that feeling. I have 2 youngling.
I have a 9-year-old, and that's the only one I have is my daughter. And well, we have a cat that's a year old now, but or year and a half. But yeah, no, she's the only norm I have right now. My daughter's my wife and daughter are the only norms I have going on in my life right now.
Yeah, not always a bad thing to have some simplicity, right?
And, oh yeah, no, I try to live as simple as possible. Like, I tend to like with, as you were saying, like some people don't like to believe in, like the whole gravity thing. It's like, yeah, I have that standoff approach. Like, okay, what does the science say first? Okay, gravity is a thing. All right, it exists. The Earth is round just because when you're looking at a small area, it looks flat.
Well, it's not even that. Just put it to the test. Go ahead and jump off the ground and don't come back down. And then tell me gravity doesn't work.
Dope.
I can't use that.
Nah, I always thought it was funny with some of the people that want to dispute, like, yes, the theory of gravity, yes, it has theory in the title, but we have scientifically proven it because it is a variable depending on where you're at. On Earth, it's a certain measurement. On the moon, it's not as strong as it is on the Earth. It's very simple.
Well, technically it's a law because it has been proven multiple times, therefore it's fallen into law.
Yeah, but it still has, yeah, it's like the whole, flat Earth, the flat earther thing. It's like, okay, I don't see how you can believe that as we have photographic evidence of,
Oh, an artist made that, didn't you know?
Oh, I know, and it was filmed in
Arizona or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I really do. I mean, I understand why some people want to hold on to that stuff, and I just kind of point and laugh and whatnot, because I'm very much a man of science and that stuff.
Oh, I wouldn't say I'm a man of science. I'm a man of reality. Because not everything that's claimed to be science actually is.
Oh, yeah, I mean provable science, like observable.
Like some people hold hard to theories that can't be proven at all.
Oh yeah, no, that's just it. It's like the law of relativity, and I think that's what it is, right? The law of relativity. What goes up must come down, etc. Or the law of the law of force, or whatever, Newton's law, which is for every action there's an equal
and opposite reaction.
Yeah. And then Einstein's theory on, I think it's energy or whatnot, that energy itself cannot be destroyed. It is just dissipated and made anew elsewhere or whatever. I'm paraphrasing because, again, it's been a while.
It can't be destroyed or created. It can just change forms.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and like I said, I'm a person of like provable science.
Yeah.
Not this weird. I guess not this pseudoscience like this. Not to get. I don't want to bog your stream down with talk like that. Like when I went back to school to finish up my degree, I ended up having to drop a class because they were teaching. They were trying to force students to take those classes that we're talking about. Is one of the extreme, like the extreme left, and I'm a left-leaning center, conservative. But I was like, this is going a little too far. It's the whole race teaching.
Last I checked, race was human, but I mean that's a whole nother talk.
Yeah. No.
That's what I love about fantasy. Take your race, or sci-fi for that matter. I'm Cleon. No, you're human.
What's funny? Well, what I find is funny is like D&D. I had a player in a group who I was running the game, and he was very much, fluid in many ways. And I, obviously I'll respect that. I'm not someone who's going to go out of my way to disrespect someone, whether I disagree with it or not. That's fine. Your view is whatever. If you want to be called, if you want to go by a different name, but your name is Bob, on paper, but you want to go by something else, that's fine. I'll respect that. Just tell me. Just don't assume that I know your decision. I can't correct my action unless I know I've made a mistake, right? But he got upset with me because he was playing an orc, and this is roughly around when D&D started saying that orcs were the analog for a minority.
Which is stupid.
Which is really, really dumb, because we got in this weird heated debate about, like, it's an orc and human. I get it, you can pull up... There is evidence of the creators who are using minorities as an analog for other races.
Doesn't mean it's your world.
Yeah. And that's what I try to explain to him. It's like, that doesn't play in here. I don't play them that way. I just play the races the way they are. Matter of fact, one of my friends didn't want to play in one of my games because I wouldn't let him play a kobold. And I'm like, no. In my world, kobolds are monsters. Period. I don't get it. And he's like, well, I don't want to because I only like playing kobolds. And I'm like, all right, you know what? That's cool. You can do that. It's kind of like with my last session. It's fun. It's hilarious because in my last D&D session, I had to force a player to, in my game, I let people do some pretty wondrous things when it comes to magic.
Yeah.
Like, I allow them to blend spells together if they can explain it. Like, okay, you want to cast Fireball but have it be lightning. Alright, well, it's going to take 2 level 3 spots. But I'll give you some, I'll give you the AoE effect of a Fireball. But with the lightning damage. I'll let you mix those spells together. Sure, why not? That's cool. For me,
actually, there is a wizard class that lets you do it.
He wasn't. This person is playing a sorcerer.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, that's perfectly within the realm of possibility for the world because they made precedents for it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, yeah, a lot of that stuff is finally, a lot of the really cool 3.5 stuff is starting to make it into 5th edition, which I'm happy about. But yeah, no, I know they allow you to shape some of that stuff and everything like that. But I was like, but at character creation, I limit what they do. So I kind of do what the Adventure League does, where I'm like, you get the player's handbook plus one other book for a subclass, and then I will allow you to pull your spells from any book if you're a caster.
Nice.
Mainly because, you know, I think that's only fair. As long as it's a printed source, like I have a bunch of third-party stuff like Book of the Righteous,
Yeah.
the Teldari book. I'm getting the Grim Hollow book because the Kickstarter just ended, so I'm getting the player's guide and the campaign guide.
I don't have enough essence.
Hopefully I'll get a digital copy of that. So I have the there's a 5th edition campaign setting that's set in Greece before the Heroes of Theros.
Yeah.
One came out and I got that one, which is the Dragon's Odyssey or something like that. Which they have some of the best art that I've seen, and they have a purple dragon, essentially a purple dragon knight, but it's a Spartan. And one of my guys wanted to play it, and I was like, you know what? Fuck yeah, go ahead, man. I don't know how this one's gonna work, but we'll work on it. You know, if it doesn't work, then I'll let you kind of backtrack. Like, I allow 4 to 5 sessions after someone creates a character to change. Like, if they don't like with their character, like, this doesn't really work for the group, we've had someone fall or whatever. Like,
I understand that.
The first few sessions are always like, I gotta feel out the group, even though I may know these people really well. They don't. What's up? Hold on. What's up?
I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Hey, will you have Granny come here? Or is she here?
No, she's not here.
Okay, when she gets here, have her come here. But like, I love running games. Like, my world is all about let the players have fun. I don't try to go kill the players, but I do warn the players. Like, I recently had to warn them about doing a particular encounter because they're like, we should go after this, and I gave them all the ominous signals. Like,
it's not always that easy.
Well, I in the very beginning I told them, listen, you're going to be in areas that could possibly kill you if you push a direction, and I'm not going to stop. I will warn you ahead of time in the session before that, hey, if you guys continue to go this direction, you could die because I don't change my encounters to make you survive. I put these encounters in there at a time where you could go and do it if you're at a high enough level. Like, I set difficulty zones in some areas. So the party that I'm DMing right now, they did this. They went into a town, cleared a city or a small little village of green dragon worms.
Nice.
That just fucking melted the place down to the ground. And the story is that they get there and they find that there are 2 people there, two level, I think 10 or 12, a druid and an artificer in the town. And these guys are trying to it's basically the hometown of the artificer, or a town that he was raised in. And he wanted to at least put the residents to rest and everything like that, you know. I was like, okay, yeah, plot hook, whatever. But I told him, I was like, because their journey was to kind of go through that town, go into this mining, it's kind of a mining town, and go up and face a green dragon. So through the storyline, they're talking, and he's like, so what? And they're asking, and this guy, the players are like, so what's going on with the church? It's all boarded up and sealed. He's like, yeah, whatever's in there is really, really dangerous. Now, the thing is that this artificer is from Eberron.
Not enough mana.
And he straight up tells them, he's like, the world I'm from is way different. The undead here I haven't seen, you know, the undead in Eberron are fucking terrifying. I don't know how much you know about Eberron, but they are terrifying because they're intelligent. And they're also 3 hit dice instead of like a quarter or 8. And get multiple attacks. And can operate at 0 hit points if you roll well. Like, they are terrifying for a player to go against. And he clearly told the party, listen, yeah, no, you guys shouldn't have to worry about it. It's sealed, don't worry about it. And the party was adamant about doing it. They were completely adamant about doing it. And right before that session, it's like, okay, so we're locking in. You guys are doing this. It's like, yeah, all right. Well, we'll do this next session. Not that I need time to prep this encounter. It's already set. But they ended up. They insisted on doing it. And I almost killed the entire party. And the first thing out of one of the players' minds was, that encounter was way too tough. And I'm like, my first words out of my mouth was, motherfucker, I told you that this encounter could kill you. And they happen to be down in person. I'm like, I'm not adjusting. I don't adjust my encounter.
You might want to switch to a system I have then. I do players roll everything, number one. So it's not my fault if they fail their save. Their armor save is on them. If you can't make your armor save, that's your fault. And it gets them a lot more involved. I do universal turns, and I do a 6-point health system where you roll to see if you take a wound. And so it's really helped a lot of ways changing some of that, because they've been realizing if they take a hit, they're not, passively sitting during combat. They're like, oh, I'm gonna have to make a save, and it also speeds it up for me, because then I don't have to roll for all the monsters. I can focus on, okay, you take 3 hits, roll, tell me if you great, you passed, you failed. And it has sped things up, but it also gets them more involved and makes them wet their pants a little bit more when they have to roll for 10 attacks. They're like, oh.
I mean, for the most part, combat in D&D is always cumbersome as all hell.
That's why I find ways to make it faster and streamlined.
Yeah, that system sounds... I would have to play around with it a little bit more, but it's one of those things where it's like, I look at, like, with this particular group, they sat there and there's only one player who was like, oh, that, only one player was complaining. Now, sorry, fast forward to the end of that encounter. They barely succeeded, and I decided I don't fudge rolls. I tell them I will not fudge rolls. I will perhaps maybe allow, in times of dire need, if the player can role play, and they don't need to be like going character and talking character, but if they can explain to me kind of like how they feel or what their character's feeling at that time, or if this is where I let them kind of bend magic or their abilities to their will, is in desperate times you can bring yourself to do stuff that you normally couldn't. And a couple of players have embraced this, like if they're not in mortal danger, then the chances of them being able to do this, they know, is limited. Because I base it off of, like, if you're at full health, I'm not going to let I'm not going to let a paladin mix smite with another innate ability, or maybe blow 2 smites together like he's just really trying to,
right,
home run a fucking BBEG. But, like, if they can tell me how they are literally, if they're against the ropes and they need a win, they absolutely, I'll give them the win if they can roleplay, because I want to see the way I was a DM. And keep in mind, I mean, I've played D&D since AD&D. I'm 42 years old, so I don't. As much as I like to say, I play D&D on hard mode. When you talk about like AD&D and stuff like that, like, I mean, how many people remember THAC0? Almost nobody.
Yeah.
And
Baldur's Gate had THAC0.
Yeah. And it's like, trying to explain how that works, I can still explain it, but it is still a pain in the ass to try to legitimately explain it where someone understands it. And it's like, yeah, no, armor classes used to go in the
Yeah.
negative because that's how the math worked, and you wanted to get to -10. But it's to me, it's just kind of funny. And these guys are used to playing cookie cutter.
Ow, that hurt.
Or a couple. Yeah, that looked like it hurt a lot.
Yeah, that's what happens when you burn all your mana and you still try to cast. You lose health.
Oh, okay. But there are a few things that I just kind of don't like. These guys basically two of the players actually played 3.5, which I'm grateful for, in Pathfinder. So they understood where I was coming from, like from a DM's perspective, and they were telling the one player, like, dude, he warned us ahead of time. Like, he, not many DMs are gonna warn you, like, this is a bad decision, guys. Like, I'm gonna break like the RP barrier and everything like that. This is a bad choice.
I will try to keep it RP if I can. Like, hey, your patron tells you, or hey, your deity intervenes and says you're being an idiot.
I have that with one of my characters, one of my players, simply because his arc is he's a paladin who worships the god of luck in my world. But what I didn't tell him when he did it, because I told him he wanted to have like a paladin who likes to rely on luck.
Mm-hmm.
And he had this whole backstory, and I was like, I can work with this, but I'm keeping a lot of your details to the chest because I have an idea and I'm really hoping that you'll like it. But again, half of my group, I have 6 players on my weekly game. 3 of them are liking the game so far. One of which has given me almost no backstory aside from where they came from, and they're just adventuring. And we've come to the agreement that since they are an elf, one of the seasonal elves, which I allowed him to retain the ability to change seasons, because they've changed that a little bit. Because I just thought it was cool, depending on his mood. I was like, as long as you don't abuse it, then I'm going to let you use the seasonal abilities. I don't really care. I let someone play a Yuan-Ti, the humanoid Yuan-Ti, and keep his advantage against magic saves and immunity to poison. And I'm like, yeah, you may be immune to poison, but the other party members are not. Of course I'm going to throw poison at you. Are you dumb? Like, if you're the last one standing, then the dragon or whatever is just going to wipe at you and kill you. You're a rogue. You may have a high AC, but you can still die. But they, a couple of the players seem to think that the DM, or at least one of the players, has told me they feel like some of my encounters are too hard, and I'm like, you guys have won every encounter that I've set against you. Every single one. I don't want to hear that you think I'm trying to kill you. I am. But I'm also trying... Uh-oh. What happened there?
We won. We won. We finally took out the Grand Inquisitor and survived. Whew.
But yeah, I'll have to take a look at this game. This one looks interesting. I don't know, it's just one of those things with like one of the players, like, I had to remind him of the Matt Mercer effect multiple times, because I played in his game and he did something that really, really bugged me. Is he needed someone to fill a spot. He's like, my party has no tank, and no one that can really deal direct damage like up close and personal. I'm like, alright, I'll play a barbarian. I haven't played one in a while. I'll play a Goliath barbarian with a storm. Like, full trope. I don't care. You know what? And he kind of based it off of like, okay, this would be like a lone wolf in the Space Wolves. Like, this guy completely looks like a barbarian, like mixed between like Space Wolves and Kratos. because he's wielding I mean, I went full cheese like mechanics. I'm like, I'm gonna go since they don't have a tank or a up close damage dealer. I'm gonna go full mechanics if you're okay with that. He'll role play and everything like that, but I'm not gonna do the.
Yeah, we got new ones. Cool.
Oh, more spells.
More starting characters. They all have a different start. I'll show you that in a minute when you're done talking.
But they had a serious that lack of survivability. So I was like, okay, yeah, I can do that. So we started playing. This before like Corona got in full swing. Actually, it was before that, and then finally, I was telling them I'm not going anywhere because of this. But this encounter was this guy had been traveling with this party because after he had gotten lost in this magical forest or something like that, really kind of tropey kind of things. And I worked with the DM. We're at the same job, and he's like, so what do you think of the game so far? And I was like, do you want my opinion? Do you want me to tell you? Or I go, first warning, you are asking me to give you feedback. Do you really want feedback, or do you want me to kiss your ass because you're the DM? Because those are two different things. Which one do you want? And he's like, no, I want feedback.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, one, your girlfriend, it's like you are showing obvious favoritism to your girlfriend. Hold on a second.
Yep. So, we'll wait for him to get back. As everyone knows, we started with Firebrand. Apparently now we have Frostbrand and Tempest, which we hadn't seen before. The Infinity Dragon we unlocked last time. And Twilight Maelstrom. We had the Stormcaller and the Ascended before, but now we have the Coiled Wyvern. We have the Giftbringer, which we hadn't had before. We have the Battle Mage, which we had before, and the Voidbringer. So, Frost, Tempest, Coiled, Giftbringer, and Voidbringer are ones that we all unlocked. So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more we've unlocked. So it looks like we unlock about 5 per run with how we've been doing so far. I love it. I love it. I think we might have to.
Alright. Sorry, my mother-in-law was here to pick up my daughter. You know, I was also listening to what you're saying, like the new guy has different...
So, we'll go back here. So if we look, you start with this guy.
Sorry, I'm just laughing. It's Santa.
That one, yes, the Giftbringer, yes. So Firebrand is one you start with, okay? And he starts with a basic fireball and some different runes to modify it. And just basic gear, nothing fancy. So that's the guy you start with. Last round, we unlocked Infinity Dragon, Twilight Maelstrom, Stormcaller, Ascended, and Battle Mage. And they play very different. They all, like, he doesn't have anything special, just a spell. He doesn't have anything, just a spell, but his spell, Frostbrand, starts with a frost spell. So right there is going to be a bit different of a start than Firebrand, of course. Tempest starts with the electric spell. So other than that, very much like Firebrand. Some different gear too.
Nice.
Once you start getting down below that, you start getting into them that act a little different. Twilight is very similar, but he has lightning instead. Infinity Dragon's special, because if you notice, when I scroll over it, he has a title modifiers. He has physical and magic resistance, as well as spell range and speed modifier reduction. However, he also has, when he finishes the battle, he gets 12 health back, and he's immune to rubble. Not bad. He has special armor. His armor gives him reflect projectile every 30 seconds. His ring gives him blazing movement, so super fast for a period of time, and he starts with flamethrower spell. Dragon, obviously.
Yeah.
Starcaller starts with meteor, as well as a gravity well ring. Coiled Wyvern we actually just unlocked. He doesn't have a special, so he's like Twilight Caller, but what he does have is he starts with the Incendium. Basically, it looks like a flame whip, I think. And then he has a couple special rings. Ascended has armor that lets him fly, and starts with a really crummy spell, in my mind. But flying armor is pretty cool. Battle Mage has very, very poor abilities. Ascended, let me go back to Ascended first. Ascended has 10 magic and physical resist, as well as initial rune power of 25%. So these are the runes that you'd have in. And each one means it's 25% towards that direction. So as soon as you use it, you already have a bit of the rune enabled. And they have different effects, and that's called shaping.
Mm-hmm.
Battle Mage has minus 75% mana regeneration.
Oh.
Hey, Tomo. Yeah.
Hey, Tomo.
He has 30 physical and magic resistance, though. So he's a tank. His spell range and speed modifier is reduced by 30, and his ability cost goes up by 100%. He's immune to falling rubble, and all damage is taken from mana first. And he has 90% reduced mana. However, he has 2 rings. One lets him do a blink slash, and one that lets him do a sword slash. So basically, he's just a warrior that has slight magic. So it's kind of funny. It's actually pretty fun playthrough. I might do that again. I did it a little bit last night. The Giftbringer and the Voidbringer we just unlocked. Voidbringer starts with Eldritch Blast, which looks pretty cool. I hadn't seen it before, so I kind of up for trying that out at some point. Rings look interesting. I've not seen this one before. And that one I have. And then the Giftbringer was the other one I just unlocked that I just started looking at. And I'm like, interesting. Basically, yes. Everyone knows a embodiment of Christmas spirit wizard who sought to bring cheer.
And do.
Shh. But yeah, so his spells are Christmas Present, Christmas Tree, and Dreidel. So Christmas Present does 18 target, 10 splash. So it's kind of like Fireball, but I think it's cold damage. Yeah, it's either cold or earth, since this works on it. Christmas Tree apparently is cold or earth as well. So he is cold and earth on all of them, which I'm not sure. I think those are earth and that's cold, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. But his Christmas Tree, he does a splash damage and apparently slows and knocks down things. And then Dreidel does splash damage and target damage, but has less range, I believe, than the Christmas Present. So I think we might try Santa out, just because everyone knows you gotta try Santa.
Well, of course.
Elisha? Oh, come on! Hair color, everyone knows what hair color he has to have. Corruptive glow shall also be absolute white. Armor color,
Yeah, red's good.
leather color then should be white. Because it needs to have red and white, and I'm trying to figure out which ones to make red and which ones to make white, basically.
Well,
That looks not bad. What do you guys think? That look like Santa?
if he was pissed off, sure.
Tomo, nice. There's no such thing as cold, only the lack of heat. Love it. Love it. Tomo, I love having you around, man. You make for good laughs and fun comments. And of course the name has to be all caps with exclamation points. Santa! Yep, that's Santa. We're doing it. We're doing it. Hey! Thanks, Wolf.
The Emperor's finest.
Yeah, I had to,
We await your command.
the other day
No power in the verse can
available,
stop
and I've been
me.
planning on subscribing to you and in general. You get the same cut, right, as a regular sub for
I
the Prime
think
one?
so. It's a little bit uncertain. But
Yeah, I
Santa was a Fictorum, the last one. Santa could not run away. Not forever, but he could run towards. Oh, I love it. It just looks funny in the statement. Like their little... There's something to do cool too, is you play on, you have the story in like story scroll form. So it was the Grand Inquisitor who had decreed Santa would die, and it was death he would receive. I just gotta love it because it's like, and Santa.
Somehow Santa's evil.
No,
I mean,
no,
in the
just
Inquisitor,
passionate,
right,
just passionate.
he's a heretic.
Heretic? No, he brings heresy to all the good boys and girls. In the name of the false emperor. Santa could see Alice, however, did catch a glimpse of the steel in the distance. Whether the voice was correct or not, the Inquisition was in its path here. Santa!
Google Translate. Was in the path here. It'd be on the path here. I played a couple games that I'm like, Google Translate, thank you so much for making this game have content. Because, yeah, that translation is not what it's supposed to be. So many good parties. I had to, on Steam, there's a game called Succubus. Very much a mature game, but, so I was playing it, and it's hilarious. On what the how visceral and gory that game is. I mean, the guy who made that game, I have to give him credit. Like, even I was like, wow, this is a good game. You know, melee and everything like that was just a lot of fun. Don't play it on stream. If you play it, it basically gives you the demo of like the first mission or whatever, and it's surprisingly a good game. It's really weird that it's very much a mature rated game and everything like that because it has that content on there, but that's fucking hilarious, Dragos. Dragos do. What I've been wanting to do is I want to find a good multiplayer game that we can
Presents for all.
Yeah. That like on one day of the week we can all stream together.
Yeah.
Like I've been playing State of Decay 2. That's a zombie survival one.
I know it. I played it. I kind of got disappointed when they made it nerf the 50 cal. They're like, it's too powerful. You can take out a juggernaut. It's like, and they made it so that the freakers dodge cars all the time too. I'm like, really?
It was a little too easy to hunt them down if you needed to, and when they put the bounty system in, a lot of them require you to do that.
But
I get
don't do the bounty
why
system then. I mean, I understand, but
no, I hear you. They put the seasonal thing in there, and I get it. I know I get where you're coming from. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying
it was just too huge of an alteration to the game, so that once I went back and played it, it was just totally different.
Yeah. My thing is, I want to try to find a game that, you know, like once a week we just all.
Yeah, I'd love that. I was trying to do.
I want it to be a survival game.
Okay.
Whether it be like the Raft or something that is perpetual on one person's game that can always be there or whatever. And if someone can't be there, then okay, then we just got 3 people and we're all on Discord or anything like that. Because I think that's one way we can grow all our channels.
Yeah.
We just got to figure out one.
I had a viewer who said 76, and I have a really weird playthrough for Fallout 76.
I would be down to do 76 if I had people to play.
Yeah, I had a viewer who said he was up for trying to help me with the really freaky idea I had. Well, I guess it's not really freaky, it's just, how far can we break the game sort of thing.
Hmm. And it's like, I don't want to do like a Minecraft thing. I want to do, you know, because though I like Minecraft, I don't. I do
Nope.
that to chill out. And
No Minecraft.
stuff.
I will say that. I will not do Minecraft. I understand people like it. I do not. I cannot, will not do the pixel. The pixel craft.
No,
I'm
I'm right there with you. It throws me off, but sometimes when I'm just sitting there listening to music or I just need to chill out, I go into creative mode and I just start building stuff. And because there's too many games that try to copy it and they just fail so badly at trying to copy it.
Which, don't get me wrong, I'm fine if other people like it. I get frustrated when people think I have to like it.
Oh yeah, no, I hear it. I want it to be a game that we can all play, that we all kind of enjoy. Tomo, when you say Final Fantasy 14, if we can get like a regular group of people that want to go do things and what have you, I'm down. But that's subscription based, and that is.
Yeah, I don't know Final Fantasy 14, so maybe.
It's an online. It's an MMO.
Yeah.
So you would have to be down with that, or it could be Elder Scrolls. I got a couple.
Yeah.
People.
Well, one of the things I was going to mention was there is. It's not really a survival game, but there is Baldur's Gate 3 that I was doing that I was trying to get a group together because I think it'd be fun.
And I told you I was down for that.
Yeah. And then there's Skyrim Together, which I think would be a blast. I want to do Skyrim Together, Skywind edition. I think Skyrim Together Skywind would be epic.
Okay, I mean, I could look into Skyrim Together.
I don't know that it's ready to do that yet.
Yeah,
I don't think I don't think Skywind's actually out yet. I'm just saying, like, I think it'd be awesome to do. I don't think it's there yet.
Yeah. I don't know. I think what we need to do is find, like, I totally get, like, with State of Decay, not like with 4 people or whatever, you know, State of Decay. That's fun enough.
No. Didn't have the money to get a tome.
Aw. But if, you know, like, we have enough, you know, 2 or 3 people, then, I mean, we can play it on the hardest difficulty with 3 people, and it would be fine. Like I don't like playing that game on the hardest difficulty solo because, good God, that gets really, really hard.
Yeah.
But I think it should be something like I really do want to do the whole Baldur's Gate co-op thing. Regardless of how I feel about the game system and whatnot, I find that has a lot of potential to be fun. But I've been just mainly waiting for us to figure out how we're going to do the multi-stream and
Yeah. I need to find the time to go back and look at that video, and I just haven't had time to do it.
Well, I mean, I can check.
Oh, 22 and 18. We do not have enough.
I mean, I'll do my own. I'll look at a few things on there.
22. Oof.
But also, the other part is we got to make sure that we, we want to make sure everyone that if they're a streamer or they're streaming on Twitch, they all benefit from it as well.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, that co-stream thing that I saw someone mention, I can't remember what it was, and it was simply as using a special character between the names, I think, or something like that, or some way, and I can't find it posted anywhere. And I saw someone mention it from a video, and I just hadn't been able to get back and find that video again. But it would be awesome to have it, because it basically counts the viewers that we have to all of us, as long as they're using that location. So if we had 10 viewers total between all of us, if they're all using that stream, then we all have 10 viewers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's one of the really good benefits of it. My only thing, Tomo, is I don't want to level a character back up. I already have my white mage, and she's already backed up things, and I am not leveling another character up, because that beginning story, like the base game story, is atrocious to foot slog through. And if we were to do it, then people would have to probably buy the time skip or the time save to get through some of those things, because you're going to spend forever.
Well, how about this? Let's post in general on the channel and see who all we can get interested in, and see what kind of games people are interested in. And kind of mention, hey, if you're a streamer and interested, let me know. I know Dome was in the channel. He's done streaming. I'm not sure who else does right now, but I'm sure we could find some others, or at least games that they'd like to play. That's one thing about a game like Fallout 76, or like he says Final Fantasy 14 or something like that, is if it is mass multiplayer, I don't really like them, but I do see the benefit, because we can have everyone on and just kind of make a weekend fun sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. And that's just it. It's like, a lot of people are there, they'll hop in, and like I've joined a couple other streamers when they were doing like Among Us, and it's like, okay, but I had gotten to where I could read all of them, and I knew exactly. It's like I can't watch Among Us streams anymore, because these people they're just playing the same people over and over again.
Yeah.
And then what happens is you get to know those people, how they lie and everything like that, pretty quick if you're observant. And you can find people like myself who suck as the imposter, because I fucking suck as the imposter. They don't. You kind of already know by how they're talking. Tomo, I don't know about 76, but Skyrim Online is PC only, because it's a mod for the PC.
Yep. I thought 76 was, or it was supposed to be.
I have no idea. So
But yeah, I'd love if it's cross-platform. That's always preferred.
Give more people more eyes. And then I think just having, at least 3 people talking about it. I mean, heck, we could even do. I mean, it's a slightly.
Oh, that's awesome!
You know, oh,
We made him a snowman. That is awesome.
I make you a snowman. I name you Olaf. Okay, yeah. I'll see myself out from the Frozen joke.
No, you're good. I'm focusing on trying to not die with a guy who doesn't have, beefy armor and everything.
Yeah, that and you're having to sacrifice health for some of the decisions you're making.
Well, you know.
No, the Elder Scrolls. Again, that's an MMO. So
Yeah. And like I said, I'm okay with those. I prefer smaller co-op, but I can do MMO if we're going to get a good crowd together because I'll do it because I care about people. I mean, that's part of why I'm doing the channel and everything and trying to build up the community is because I care about the people, not because I care about just a game. And that's why I said I'll play a game people want as long as I'm still interested. I'm not going to play a game I'm not interested in because then it's just going to be boring.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm the same way. It's like I like State of Decay. I like Seven Days to Die, but some people don't like 7 Days.
We could do
to
7
Die.
days multiplayer.
Yeah, I mean, and
I removed the
to me,
dogs.
I don't blame you because the dogs are.
The dogs are too janky. If the dogs weren't stupid, squirrely janky, I'd leave them. But they're so janky. Like you're on top of a car, and they like just run at the car so much that they eventually spaz out and go right through you and somehow take you out. And it's like, but what?
Yeah.
I hear you, Tomo. That's good to know.
Mm-hmm. No, and I
But I would be up for even just doing tabletop games, Tomo. Like we were talking about, doing Tabletop Simulator and playing that with people and doing, tabletop games. I'm all for that.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just this last month was me just experimenting, trying to see you know what got viewers and everything like that. And I have a good idea, even though I do particularly like doing certain things. Like the Crusade stuff I run on Thursdays. I mean, for the most part, it does well. Last week it wasn't so good, but who knows? That could be any reason why.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I've played a game before that, and I got lots of viewers, and then I play it again the next day, and it's like almost none. So that's why I really prefer to find people like Tomo who hang out just because they like being part of our community, more so than just getting lots of viewers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just we the like I told one viewer who asked me why I was he was like, yeah, he didn't really like State of Decay, and I was like, so what was the thing about State of Decay that you don't like? And he was like, well, it looks old. And I was like, well, one, it is an older game, and it's a different kind of business model that they're doing, but it's the kind of zombie survival that I want. Is it perfect? Oh, fuck no. It is not a perfect game. But I like those survival games where, and there's no survival game that is in the market right now that literally goes, oh yeah, that life system we have? Oh, those are your survivors. You don't get lives. If you die, that survivor dies, and you need to keep building your community in State of Decay. And that was one of the things I was like, oh, that's awesome. Now, if this had co-op, it would be even better.
Exactly.
And they did do co-op in the first one, but it was in that one special mode, and now they've added co-op to it. And I know on the higher difficulty, it gets even harder. But it is one of those things that you got to have people be able to commit to it. And then I don't want to force people to commit to it at all. Just one of those, like, yeah, you kind of want them to have to decide that that's what that they're gonna want to play that stuff, and or watch it. And again, it's like it's difficult because like I think in the stream Tomo was in there online, and I was like, yeah, I love Destiny 2, but I get no viewers from Destiny 2. I don't care because I like Destiny 2, but that's not a game that's going to get me 1,000 viewers because I'm not the hype fucking PvP person posting YouTube clips and doing the anti-cheater stuff like Lucky 10p and some of the other things. Is like, no, I'm not that top tier freaking
I can't use
PvP
that
guy.
right now.
I'm just not.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. It's not one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, I want to be at that level. It's like, no, I don't really care. I like the story or whatnot.
Candy cane. We're gonna have to try out Candy Cane just because it looks like it's just about the same, but we got to try it out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, it does. I'll double check that. Matter of fact, if State of Decay does do the crossplay.
Yes, it does. I actually have done that, and that's why I had to think for a minute. Thank you for being patient. I had to think. Yes, you can do cross-platform for State of Decay, and your character does transfer over because it is the Microsoft Cloud. I wanted to remember before answering.
Yeah,
I haven't done it in a while, so I had to think.
and then there's a new one that's coming out. State of Decay 3 was announced in July. And they're adding zombie animals, which is going to be, you're going to love that.
I'm right there with you, Tomo. I prefer co-op to PvP. I'm not a big PvP person. I'm like, meh.
No, that's why for me, first-person shooters is like Destiny 2. I can sit there and talk about the lore all day while I'm shooting bad guys in the face because I categorize Destiny 2 as, okay, the game itself is dumb in the sense of it's a brainless shooter. Like I can go, all right, I need to go kill X Fallen or whatever. Okay, and I can sit there and talk about the game and the lore or whatever, and still do it and not have to be, pinpoint focused on it. And that's where I like games to be, unless I have other people to talk to, and you have that constant conversation going on. Like exactly like the Doom video game, you can't stream that and be like, I wholeheartedly disagree that people say that they can stream that and still can have a conversation about a topic in a Twitch stream. I call BS on that because that game is so Twitch muscle that you're focused on doing the right things, moving quicker, doing those things, or you're gonna die because Doom can be a super lethal game if you're not paying attention. And no one likes to see death compilations, let's be honest.
Yeah. Some people claim they do.
I don't have enough essence.
Ooh. Jump, move, bump. Ooh, that is nice. But I don't have the money. All right, Tomo, man. You take care. It was great seeing you.
Yeah, Tomo. We'll see you later. The other thing is that if we wanted to try to do I know it's a little cliche at this point, but theoretically
afford it.
we could run. I mean, I have the books if we want to do like the Fantasy Flight game, Star Wars. RPG.
Dude, if we want to do tabletop stuff, I got lots of tabletop options. So if people are interested in that, just let me know what sort of thing they want to do, and we'll run it. Like I have a 5e based Rise of Netheril campaign every second Saturday of the month, in-house, like not online. But I'd be thrilled doing other ones as long as we can get viewers in. I'm great with it, and I say viewers because if we're gonna make it grow, we kind of have to have that.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and even on both of our, you know, on both our channels, if we can get other people to.
Yep. Co-stream. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, give me just a minute. I need to go refill my coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Santa's back for sleigh time.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I don't think I still have any stuff.
Dude, he has a candy cane through his midsection.
I didn't see there was a... Subscribe. Why did I see that ad? Did you, do you have ads set for, that subscribers have to see ads?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. I know I redeemed ad time, but I didn't...
Yep, we're gonna snowball instead. I like it better. Or not snowball, but present.
Ah.
The candy cane's cool, it's just, it doesn't always hit. It doesn't have a splash area. I mean, you could also summon Christmas trees if you want.
Yeah.
Or send out the dreidel.
The dreidel to me is hilarious.
It is, but it has that path that goes on, and that's it.
Yeah.
So you has to go on the path. And so
It's
if you miss, you miss.
And I've been kind of wanting to get into like
Bam.
Sea of Thieves as well, but
Get into what?
Sea of Thieves, I never got into it.
Ah. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. It's just one of those things I'm like, I don't know how awesome it really is.
From everything I heard, it's fun with friends, but if you don't have friends that play it, then yeah, you're just kind of...
There you go. But no, as far as tabletop stuff go, I would be definitely for tabletop stuff. Because you see that being a lot of fun. Ooh, magic regen. Yes.
I mean, I know I've been wanting to be in. I've been wanting to do. So, I'm just seeing what some options are on Steam in regards to it. Why can't I not do?
So the candy cane is fun. It just... It doesn't have splash damage. It doesn't... I mean, it says it does, but it doesn't seem to have an area. And so you have to hit right on them, and so if you miss at all, you miss. We'll keep it for now. If we can find... Oh, if we can find Storm, then we'll use it. Yes, if we can find Storm, we'll do it. Candy Cane Storm.
Santa couldn't agree to defend the town. Santa comes with gifts.
Not enough mana. I don't have enough mana.
Oh, hey, I've been meaning to ask you. How do I put the... Again, novice ones showing here. How do I have put that open invitation. Where did I find the general invite to Discord server?
Not
On
enough
Discord, so that way I can make my Discord link on my make that button work, and also put it on the bot.
Give me a moment here.
enough mana.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Take your time. I'm just I'm also looking up like co-op survival games, because I also like trying to be that, trying some of those weird kind of, not weird, but
I need mana.
there is one game I have been looking at, and it's in early access right now. Has been for a little bit, or for August, but it's called Night of the Dead.
Interesting.
But I don't. Let me see. There are servers.
You know what? We could throw back and do a Ultima Online server and play that.
Odd. I don't.
We would get all the viewers then, right?
I mean, for a little bit, maybe. I mean, how far back we going, like pre them? I mean, if we're gonna go that way, let's do Star Wars. Let's go Star Wars Galaxies pre NGE.
That's a ways back, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But that's when the game was good and Jedi was hard to get. I don't know. But it's essentially a zombie survival game where you do build a base and everything like that. But I haven't played it. It's on my wish list. When I get some extra money, I'm gonna actually try it.
Sure.
We also have stuff like I mean, if we're looking for just fun games, just stuff to just kind of tool around with and just, do, similar stuff like that. You got Dead Rising 4, which, aside from some of the things, I actually really like Dead Rising 4. Like, I've liked all the Dead Rising because it has that, it doesn't have the base building or the survival kind of feel I necessarily want, but it has that fun. It has that fun of, in some cases, it's literally an arcade mode. But that's also one that I think is that one's good as well.
Don't walk towards them. Walk away from them.
And the nice thing about, I don't know when the last time we played State of Decay 2, but they put in a custom difficulty so you can modify certain things, and you're able to modify a number of things. But I think that helps out in the legitimacy of the game, because you can change it on the fly. But not that I would necessarily.
Yeah, they didn't have that when I did it, I don't think.
Yeah. There's Dying Light, but I loved Dying Light in the beginning, but then it just became the parkour simulator, and
Well, that's why I was saying it would be good to engage the community, see what they think.
I did. I posted something.
Because, yeah, I saw. There's just no way we can actually have tried out and heard everything about all of them.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree.
It's so, and we might find out that we have a lot of people who are interested in this, that, or the other. His spell doesn't do a lot of damage. I will tell him that.
So I put multiplayer, co-op, survival, and the first thing that pops up is Sims 4. Alright, Speed.
No?
That is not a survival game. Well, I mean, every single time the AI is an idiot and they die in a pool, but let's just be honest. Yakuza, no. Walk the Tail. I don't know, I need something to kill time because I was, on the 19th, I was supposed to be playing Cyberpunk. Now I gotta wait till December 10th. I mean, it gives me more time to play Destiny 2 and get to the story content there, which I'm kind of happy with.
Well, I mean, I am glad. I'd rather them delay it than mess it up.
Oh, I agree.
Because far too often people are releasing games. Yeah, it's done, and it's so buggy.
No, I agree. I mean, when it gets frustrating. Like the Vampire Masquerade 2, I got a refund on my pre-order with that, and the reason why I got a refund on that was, one, they delayed it to unknown in December, 2021. It was like, okay, can we not be vague?
Yeah.
And then on top of it, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna use the money for something else. And then they got rid of that game. Who knows what they're doing with the game now? Because they got rid of the original writer, which was one of the biggest selling points for me. Is at least that guy knew the feel that it should have. With the Vampire the Masquerade game. And then they, and I'm not much from. I mean, I'll look at video game drama and be like, hey, so what is, what's going on? But I tend to go, okay, yeah, I'm just kind of, I'm not gonna bother. It doesn't make any sense to really worry about.
Yeah.
About that stuff. Like when they delayed Cyberpunk until November 10th, I was like, okay, the virus and everything like that obviously has caused some development. I expect games to be delayed, and it's not like a single game is doing this. A lot of games are doing this. But then they delayed it to December, and I'm like, okay, this is kind of worrisome. But again, I look at game companies and go, well, is there a reason I should be worried that it's going to be bad? No, I don't think it is. Do I think that I think it was bad timing with them saying, yeah, we're having people work an extra week. And I think people blew out of proportion about the whole crunch because they don't know how crunch works in their country. And it's really, they're asking you to work an extra day, and you get paid, if it's a weekend, it's 2.5 times pay.
Right.
it's way better. Like their workers' rights are way better than the United States, and they can't work more than 8 hours.
That's the thing. They people always assume that it's worst case scenario and that everyone is just like them, and it's like, but it's not. Every country has their own stuff.
Yeah, and that country in particular is, man, workers' rights there are amazing. If I, you know, there have been a few times where I've been like, I think I could probably renounce my citizenship at some point over stupid stuff and move, but then I'm like, no, I couldn't actually bring myself to do that. I don't see how some of my friends who maintain dual citizenship can even do that right now. I mean, granted, there are because you have to maintain 6 months in, 6 months out for dual citizenship, unless you have some rules of viability, some exceptions, and I'm pretty sure the virus is a pretty good exception.
You'd hope.
Yeah.
All right, what can we do here? Oh yes.
There's a storm brewing.
Yep.
Driver. Anyone else want one?
I let my friend look into my my Steam library, and he's all like, "You are all over the goddamn place."
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
He just... Alright, so when you hit library, here's the problem that happens. Like, I'm a big visual novel fan. I actually really like visual novels. Especially if they have a good story and engaging and stuff like that. And so, like, when you hit library, most played category as of recent is all visual novels. And one of the thumbnails is literally, I mean, and is a girl bending over in leather. And he's like, "What do you play?" And I'm like,
Wow.
it's not what you think. That's just a stupid picture, but whatever. I play Eroges from a couple of the Japanese sites, but I just there are some things about one visual novel I really like, well written, is Synergia. Or Synergia. Yeah, Synergia. And kind of an anime art style, pseudo pixelated, but not. You can tell there's solid lines, not just pixels. That one's pretty good. I like that one. But then, like, you go down to the recent games, Destiny 2, Inquisition Martyr, which I played a couple streams of, and that game is pretty cool. It's kind of generic to all hell, which kind of bugs me.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What do we want? We get special. We can do Conjure Arrow, which is basically Candy Cane. We can Conjure Rock, which is basically our gift. Or we can conjure Javelin. Ooh, whoa, hold on. No mana cost.
Wow.
Okay. So 10, 30 speed. 3, 22 speed. 5, 22 speed. I don't know. Javelin or arrow?
Javelin, because I'm not sure what that would translate over to. At least that's what I would think.
I mean, the 0 cost is why I actually see it worthwhile. Oh, it's 10. It said 0. Aw, man.
Yeah, I saw 0 on there. It was like 0.0.
Yeah, it's actually 10. See, this one's 11, and this one's 10. Oh, it wasn't worth it for 10. Because might as well do this one. That's disappointing.
Yeah, it is.
That actually would be really cool with a present. Bouncing present, we could do that. This is... Yeah, additional... don't really need additional. Do we want to spend the 18 on Spiral is the question, though.
To bring up D&D again,
Yeah.
if we wanted to try to do like a Discord Roll20 kind of thing, I would think that
TTS, man.
Oh yeah, I have to buy that. I've been looking at.
You don't
it
have
like,
TTS?
I don't own it. I've been looking at it constantly.
Warhammer? D&D? All the stuff?
I know. I just never got it. I look at it over and over again, and I'm just like, nah, I don't have anybody to really use it for. Because every person has to have it. You know, and that just becomes an additional cost. And then you never know with some of that content if it'll ever get taken down because it's community driven.
There's a place it won't get taken down from because it's not online. Well, it's online, but not on Steam.
Well, no, I understand. But there is a such thing as legal implication in the sense that the software that allows it to happen can still be in trouble. Some of the software, like since I play a lot of the tabletop stuff with people that I trust that aren't sick and everything like that right now, we use Battlescribe right now. Well, Battlescribe doesn't have a safe harbor, and a lot of people who I get it a lot where people are like, well, Games Workshop or Privateer Press or Weird Miniatures can't go after Battlescribe because they host their information. It's like, yes, they can, because Battlescribe is not actively trying to stop people posting on there.
I see your point, but
property.
I'm not sure they'd have a lot to stand on because they state they made a tool. How people use it is up, you know.
But
you can't necessarily go after a hammer company because someone decides to hit you with a hammer.
No, you're right. But in the case of Battlescribe, they want people to subscribe, so they're making money off of this software program that doesn't. It's like, yeah, you can have the argument that Battlescribe, and we'll use Tabletop Simulator as an example as well, that if all of a sudden GW's like, why are our rules being put on this game? Now, images and stuff like that, you can make 3D files that aren't exactly like the 40K stuff and everything like that.
Not enough.
You can do that. That's perfectly fine. But like in Battlescribe, they are printing word for word Games Workshop's intellectual property in their book. So though we own the book, we do not own the Warhammer 40K or Warhammer Age of Sigmar or Necromunda or any. We don't own. Excuse me. We don't own the rights to reproduce those books or the rules therein for them. And the only reason hold on.
What's making it fly out all weird like that? Yeah, like that. I didn't think I had anything that does additional projectiles.
I don't have enough mana.
Like, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't know what's making it send out additional presents. Nothing there should be additional presents. I don't know. That's weird. Alright, well, so much for that. We'll have to look at that. Maybe it's because it can't do that one? I don't know. Is it this because it can't do the spiral, so instead it shoots out additional? My confused. Oh, we didn't get our special item from the last one because the Inquisition got there. So we fought the Inquisition, got our personal boost, but we didn't get the special item.
Sorry about that. VA is calling me about. I'm trying to get my increase, and I'm trying to get the VA to just make it to where I'm unemployable because of my leg right now. And it's a uphill battle. We'll just leave it at that. That'll be, I mean, if I can get unemployable, I immediately jump to 100% disability.
Nice. I have an issue where my previous employer decided to be slightly criminal and get away with it. So I'm having trouble even getting unemployment to respond. And of course getting ghosted by everyone.
In my state, I had to wait 4 months for them to process my my unemployment, and then they finally just said, "Yeah, we're just going to give everyone that." And then they, you know, and I had like a month left on my claim, and I finally got sent to an adjudicator, and he's like, "So what happened since you left your work?" And I told him, you know, this is why I left, because I felt they were doing stuff illegally. I think that the state should look into this company just because of how they decided to let people go. They said,
Yeah.
"Oh, we're doing a reduction of force," and everyone there is like, "Yeah, we don't buy it. It's because of the virus, and you lost the contract with T-Mobile, so all our tech support positions are gone now." And they're like, "No, that's not it." And then later on, it comes out that, you know, T-Mobile says, "Yeah, we don't do any U.S.-based ones, so any of those contracts are null and void at this point." And I'm like, "Oh yeah," so all of a sudden, you know, they had to negotiate like 2 months and say, "Okay, well, we need to keep our people employed until August." And I was like, "This is bullshit. You guys are already cutting hours because there's just nobody."
Yep.
You're cutting hours so drastically, it's pathetic. And so one thing led to another where I already had a claim going. So if I came under hours, I would get my unemployment. And I got and the guys, when I talked to the adjudicator sometime last month, he's like, "Listen, I'll try to call you or send you an email on the decision," but he goes, "I'll be honest, I'm handling a couple people in your area, and your story is exactly the same as theirs in regards to that." He goes, "So I don't see me having an issue making sure that you can get the rest of the claim." And then he's all like, "And I'll tell you that they're going to be doing an unemployment extension for 13 weeks because of what's going on for all approved claims." So he goes, "So unless all of a sudden they come up with a reason why you shouldn't get it, then you could obviously appeal and everything like that." And you know, this adjudicator was badass because he's all like, "Yeah, we're backlogged like 4 months of stuff because the states aren't ready to handle. You can't expect the states to be able to handle 10 times the amount of unemployed there." I mean, and I have to be grateful that I live in the Northwest, where our unemployment is pretty easy to get unless you just outright just don't show up to work. Like, if you have a reason to not go to work, like, dude, my boss was racist as hell, or, you know, you could almost say anything. But Oregon's also an at-will state, and that's the problem there is, I'm sure you're familiar with at-will, means they can make up anything to let you go.
Yep.
As long as it's feasible.
Well, technically, they can just let you go, period. The problem is when they make it where they can come up with anything and let unemployment not play into effect.
In my state, they still have to state a reason. It has to be within some set guidelines. Like, they just can't say, "You know what, we just didn't want him around." They have to say, like, "Okay, well, he's being let go because of X, Y, and Z reason."
Wow.
Ooh. Wow, he is hitting you hard.
God.
So, I know in some states it's even worse, but in Oregon it's like I said, ooh, wow, what the hell did he hit you with?
A lot of stuff. Oh. Sorry, that was a bit intense.
Oh yeah, no, I would watching. No, I don't. Though Oregon is way behind on their stuff, it's not. I finally got a hold of mine. They finally just approved all my unemployment, a month and a half ago or whatever. And
I keep calling and they keep saying, "Oh, we're experiencing high call volume. We can't take your call right now," and that's always the case.
Yeah, you have to keep calling. I found, and I don't know if it's the same in yours, but if you call one of the local places, sometimes you can get answers quicker.
Yeah, I was trying that too, and it wasn't working.
I know it didn't work for me because they caught wind people were diverting the inflow, and I'm like, okay. So now it's saying you have to dial the main number now, and it's like, okay, yeah, they finally got tired of that. I can't blame them. Okay. But. And I'm getting near the tail end of my unemployment right now, and I'm just having nothing but trouble trying to find work. And the thing is for me to make ends meet, I just gotta have, realistically, a part-time job or,
Well, it's the thing, like, I could potentially take a job, but then it'd be, like, half or less my pay, in which case then you try to take a different job, and a lot of the companies are like, oh, well, you can only make 50% more than you made before. So then I'm out. Because, what? Because companies are stupid?
Yeah. No, yeah, it's weird, and it's like
it's a terrible place to be in.
Yeah, it's difficult, and I mean, I sit here, I talk to veterans a lot, and I sit there and I'm like, okay, so here's what you need to do. Like a couple of them, one of my buddies who went to basic and ended up getting injured in basic training, but not enough that it was worthwhile. He just kind of said, no, I broke my leg stupidly at his own. They got him to, they basically said, okay, you broke your leg in basic training, and and he had to stay like 6 months, but they're all like, yeah, if you want to leave, that's fine, but you're going to be under our care for 6 months. Physical therapy, everything like that. So he was in the Army's system for almost a year, but he wasn't a soldier. He was, they said, these are discharge papers from the Army, but the VA will treat you until your leg is fully healed. Some idiot decided to tell him, oh yeah, well, yeah, you'll get a disability rating. And I'm like, no, you won't. And he's like, well, why? Because I got hurt while I was in the Army. And I was like, were you medically kicked out? No? Okay. Yeah, okay, you broke your leg. You can recover fully from that. There's no, there's no permanent injury that they're gonna pay out unless it's something pretty drastic. That and the fact that when I had him take a look at it, I was like, okay, so what is your discharge say? It was a
Not enough.
it was classified under the general discharge, and it's
Ow.
And it's been about 5 years now, and it's never changed. Now, I know in the system, because like I said, I help veterans that need to get help getting stuff filed. I know for a fact that after a while, after 6 months, so like when you're soldiering getting out, you don't get honorable discharge right away. You get a general one until they process all your stuff, and then 6 months later you will get a document saying
Right.
your general discharge has been converted to an honorable discharge, because it takes a while for the military to fully get you out of their system.
Right.
But the general one lets you leave, and gets you out on your ETS date. And so he gave me all his paperwork, and I'm like, dude, you didn't pass basic training. There's no way you're getting disability. And he was trying to claim PTSD and a couple other things, and I'm like, no, you're not going to get it.
Not if you don't even finish basic training. You have to at least finish basic so you're in.
Yeah, they let you go. And that's just it. Is like, and then again, he conveniently decided to tell me that, oh yeah, I was hurt during a training accident. I was like, okay, let me take a look. And you know, he got all his paperwork, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, what training accident required you jumping out of the Bears window? That caused a broken leg.
His friend.
Or I looked at the other thing. He got written up with an Article 15 because they were tasked to do. They were tasked to paint things, so they had access to paint, and he was caught huffing paint. I'm like, you're an idiot. You're not getting disability. The answer is no. I don't want to be that guy who basically says, no, you don't deserve something,
But no, you don't deserve something.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I don't want you to be a burden on the taxpayers, because that's a bunch of bullshit. You don't deserve it. Whereas, like, I have friends who, in the National Guard, that witnessed the guy get ran over by a tractor in his sleep because the ground engineers weren't paying attention. I was in the same area and saw it. And that's the only thing. This guy was a brand new private, got out, and, like, perfect health, everything like that. And, you know, he gets like 10%. And I'm like, he's like, could I get more? And I was like, over time, sure. But unless you're diagnosed with something else, you know, you saw somebody die due to really stupid reasons, and they're going to give you minimum disability for that, because it's not like you saw hundreds of people die or squad members die or anything like that. You saw somebody die, you know, one way or
You saw
another.
stupidity.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's stupidity on the engineers that weren't paying attention to the ground near the foxhole that during the maneuvers that they were doing, and this was during my time in the Guard, when I transferred to the Guard. I was like 25 meters over in a different foxhole in a position. So it was one of those things where it's like, I had heard what happened, and this guy was freaking out, but I'm like, yeah, you're perfectly healthy, aside from, unless you can legitimately, and it's like, unfortunately, the psychologist will know when you're lying if you're kind of, if you're trying to claim PTSD and night terrors and, you know, crap like that. These guys are going to be able to see through your lies if you're trying to do it. Like, I had to fight for them. One of my biggest arguments about the VA, and I know there's science that's proved that all the initial studies about Vicodin and stuff like that were all faked. And Doctor did not show how addictive Vicodin is. So
There's a lot of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a narcotic. We understand that, everything, but initially, before before it was adopted, the VA, some of those studies were just completely jacked up, and they ended up getting. So the VA doesn't give Vicodin out unless it's extreme situations. I have extreme pain in my leg, like pretty bad pain. I mean, hell, I have 2 open wounds on my leg, and I didn't do anything. They just opened up.
Right.
And it happens 2 to 3, sometimes 4 times a year, where it's extremely painful.
Oh yeah, that sounds quite debilitating.
And then tomorrow, I gotta go up to the VA, the hospital on the hill, and they're gonna put a little circular razor on there and cut into my skin to do a biopsy. And I'm not afraid to say it. A grown man's gonna cry that day.
I wonder why.
There's been a few times that the VA's been like, we really need to test some of this stuff, so is it okay if we essentially put needles into your skin next to the bone or where nerves are, and then connect it to electricity to see if you can feel it?
Oh man.
Oh. And that's where they were like, we would need to see how far your nerves have been regrowing in your leg. And I'm all like, oh man, this is not going to be a good day. And that was painful as all hell. It's just one of those.
Hey, I need to twist your arm backwards until we hear a pop, so I can see about how far your bone is actually, in position.
Let me smash your hand. I need to see how broken your fingers are. Yeah, medical science. And the funny thing about the VA hospital where I have to go to get this stuff done is it's right next to the OHSU one, which is a learning hospital. So a lot of their doctors volunteer at the VA hospital because there's a partnership there. So we get a number of new doctors that haven't developed their bedside manner and like forget to tell us certain things. And I've kind of gotten used to like,
what is bedside manners?
Yeah, I've been trying to find the book so I can take it in there every single time I have to go up there, so that way they can educate themselves on that. But I can't find that book. The wound care therapist I have to deal with right now, man, she's been doing it so long. You can tell she's like, yeah, I know this hurts, and she has that tone of just straight up, I don't care, suck it up. And I'm just like, alright, I hate you, lady. I hate you with a passion. But yeah, it's trying to get money as a disabled veteran is difficult, but it's not as difficult as people do it. As long as you'll get it if you're truthful. Ooh, wow, that tower is wrecking. That's the enemy's tower, right?
Yep.
I've seen run into those a couple times.
I mean, you can get the spell if you want. It's a rune modifier for your spell. The problem is that it doesn't always beneficial to leave things in one place, and it costs quite a bit of mana to do it.
No, I've seen you fight a couple of those. Crap, that thing is...
You have to get rid of the wizard, not the tower.
Got it. Okay. It's like a concentration spell. But, wow, I didn't see what your health was. I saw one guy running around.
I'm half dead.
Oh.
So 5, 4, and 9. What? I need more money.
What? Sell everything.
Oh, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. I'm gonna have to do it. I think I might have to sell my special spells. I don't want to. It's the only way we're going to afford it, and even then I don't know if we're going to. Let's see, 11, 15, 37. So it's 50...
Well, how much is it? Because you're only at 90.
171. So I can get 19... 34, 45, 82, 82, 94, 170. Oh, it's so close. That's if they give me full value from sale. I'd have to sell literally all these 3 and my armor to try to afford that armor. Alright, let's leave it here. Let's try to hit a few spots and come back for it. We might not be able to, though, because the Inquisition's getting close.
No, I've been in regards to D&D. I've had a character idea for that I've been wanting to play for a while, but it's been like I gotta find the right. I gotta find a DM who will.
Tell me about it.
It's not game breaking. It's just like more. It's more the RP aspect and like a really good backstory and everything like that. Because once you become a DM and you ask people for backstories and everything like that, you kind of. I find that DMs can make some pretty good characters because I always do what I do is I do a character submission to the DM with the idea that I have.
Ow!
Wow, that guy. What the hell is like? What the hell is that over there? Because that's cool. So.
Oh.
Dude, you run. Your enemies have the power of God and anime on their side. You have no way of winning. So the character it would either be a death or a grave cleric. Most likely death cleric. It would be an Aasimar, a fallen Aasimar. Excuse me. Sorry.
Child of Kelemvor.
I haven't went as far as that. As in like the god.
Little child, but it sounds like you're going with Kelemvor as your focus.
Well, if it became a grave cleric, it'd be a worshiper of the Raven Queen in general settings.
Oh, you're going. Okay, you're going that one.
Well, it depends on the gods and everything like that. It's like even if it's a death cleric, but so basically it's a fallen Aasimar who, if you look at the story, like fallen Aasimars were cursed at some point during their, when they were cursed somehow or they were corrupted. So the idea is he or she would be corrupted, and the corruption makes them look like it's a tiefling, but they're all like an albino tiefling. So it's that weird kind of cross on there. Even though they're an Aasimar, they don't get any tiefling abilities or what have you. No tiefling abilities, but it would be, one of the devils or the demons and whatnot. Thought it would be fun to fuck with, an Aasimar, and went and did that. So that's where you get the hollowed one. That's where the fallen and the hollowed one, the hollowed one backdrop and the RP aspect of.
Whoa! It didn't even let me do anything there. He just like right on top of me and dead. And thus extinguished Santa.
Yep. Santa died.
And we didn't get any new ones because we didn't finish it. Oh.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I died.
Right.
Yep.
You got charged. You walked out the door, you're like, hey, what's going on? And all of a sudden, sword in the
Well,
face.
I was trying to see exactly where they were because sometimes there's, a wall in the way or, obstacles you can't see with the alternate vision. And yeah, no, it just poof, dead. All right. So should we go Frost, Tempest, Twilight, Battle Mage, Starcaller, Voidbringer, Coiled Dragon? Someone's not special. Just has that. Okay. You go Infinity Dragon. We can go back to the Ascended again, or we could try the Giftbringer again. I'm fine with that. Which one you guys want to see? I have completed it with Ascended and Firebrand, which is why they had the little gray border on them, because I've actually beaten the game with those two.
Yeah, try Frost.
I can try Frost if you want. I mean, Giftbringer kind of is Frost, but slightly different. Frostbrand starts with Frost Spear. So yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. Let's do it. Yeah, no, that sounds like a cool concept. If you want to get a group together doing that, we could do that probably on Saturday would be the easiest time to get people together for it.
Yeah, we could shop it around. I mean, that, like I said, it's a character. I have a couple characters that I want. I have like
I've actually created a custom world that I would run it in, just so you know.
No, and that's fine.
As a DM, I figured you'd understand.
Oh yeah. Well, like I tell most people, good DMs steal everything good from other campaigns and rules. They they steal the good things and try to, like in my world, I brought back Masterwork for weapons to give you +1 to hit, and then magic gives you the +1/+1. For armor, all it does is actually reduces the weight, and it'll either, you have the option for masterworking armor in my world. You either can have it allow you to basically it's fit to custom. So like if you want somebody, I have a table. Let's say someone wanted to have breastplate masterwork. Well, you have the option. You're going to pay 4 times the cost for it, and outside of materials used, which there are rules in 5th edition for materials, but for the most part, you have. If you masterwork it, you can. Let's say it has disadvantage on stealth checks. Well, a masterwork could get rid of that at the cost of 1 AC, because you're going to have to make it lighter and stuff like that. I like to use some realistic kind of things, like, okay, you want this heavy armor to be lighter. Well, there's going to be some compromises that have to be made in that armor. Thinner material lets you be more agile in it, so that way you can still be sneaking around. But then that thinner material is also going to be, not as protective as, like, a steel plate. Stuff like that. But masterwork weapons are so much easier. It's like, okay, because they don't really have silvered weapons. Well, they have some of those, but nobody really takes silver weapons at all. So it's like, okay, we'll just do masterwork, and for game mechanics, it's considered to be able to hit anything that requires magic weapons to hit them, which there are none in D&D 5th edition, I don't believe.
There are some.
But, it gives you +1 to hit, because it's just so, it's crap, it's just perfectly balanced, like a good dueling sword and stuff like that.
Right.
And that works in my system and that gets people, because that helps me get the player value and player economy, those are tend to the first things that they start being able to find in rewards and stuff like that, and then they can start going after other things. There are some items that people like to just have fun trying to see if I'll let them do it, like putting a portable hole within a portable hole, and I'm like, no. that doesn't work. A bag of holding in a portable hole, like no. Anything that has a pocket dimension cannot be put in another pocket dimension. Screw you. 'Cause you're
I'd
just
let
trying-
I would let them do it and say, well, you can either try it and find out what happens, or you can try to do some research and see what happens.
Well, it's only come up once in my current game where someone threatened to do that, and I'm like, listen, you could try to do that, and essentially, I created a table on the fly because you don't really expect people wanting to put a bag of holding in a bag of holding. And
Well, only people who haven't played previous editions, because previous editions said exactly what it would happen in the rules.
yeah, it's the same thing. It's like I had one person who they had like they were contracted to get some treasure returned. All right, so the group was asked to go find a bunch of return some stuff. They were given a bag of holding to put it in. And so, and the bag got stolen while they were sleeping. So the rogue is kind of, the rogue that got it, and it was they all failed their perception checks.
Right.
To get it was like I gave it like a 15. Like this wasn't like a highly skilled rogue. They're all relatively new, and this guy rolled bad for a sneak. Like his stealth check was like I think a 15, 16, something like that. It wasn't phenomenally high. He ended up none of them saw him, so he got it, and in the morning, the only thing that actually found. Or that sensed it was the ranger's pet. One of the little followers they had.
Animal companion, yeah.
Yeah, and I go, so what does your animal do? Well, it attacks, and it's like, okay, how does it attack? And he's running away. He put the bag of holding on his back, and he's running away. And she's like, she's gonna pounce on him and bite at his back. And I'm like, okay, the bag of holding is on his back. I want you to take a look at the bag of holding and tell me what happens if it gets punctured. I'm gonna let you correct this. And this person's like, oh no, they just hop on the back. And I'm like, okay, roll for the attack. They rolled a crit, and then I do what's called a high-low system. The high-low is kind of just the general outcome. Like, yes, you killed the rogue. But you said very specifically what the what the wolf is trying to do.
I don't have enough.
And you wanted him to jump on the back and bite down on his back. It may be harsh as me as a DM, but I'm like, okay, roll high-low, and they failed because basically high-low means that if you call the number I roll, then you get the better of the outcomes. And if you get the opposite, then you get the bad outcome, right? 50-50.
Yeah.
Best odds you can give a player. It's like 50-50, this goes your way, 50-50, whatever. And
Unless they, plan ahead, absolutely 50-50.
Yeah.
50-50 is good if they don't plan ahead.
Yeah, and it's like, and again, I'm one of those teams that'll give the players a chance to do stuff. And if it's not something I have planned, then you know what? Or what have you. It's just one of those, mechanics I put in there to kind of spice things up.
And if you want to hear from my players, any of their opinions, Codemaster is actually one of my players.
I think I heard him talk about that before. Yeah, I think he may have mentioned it. But I ended up, the dog ended up biting and ripping the bag. Well, you know what happens to a bag of holding when it gets punctured. It explodes and all the contents explode out. If it's punctured, slashed, or anything like that. So I'm like, okay, so here's what you guys see. You see this, and I let the person have it's a standard wolf, but they want to have a big wolf, like a big dire wolf kind of one, but it had the standard wolf one. It's like, that's all cosmetic, I don't care. And it's like, so what you guys see is all of a sudden the wolf takes off, jutting after the shadowy figure that you guys are just now seeing, and it finally clicks on you that that's your bag. And just as the wolf is in mid-flight, you can see that his mouth, the gaping maw is open, and you can see it bite down on the back on the bag. And the next thing is that my players are like, fuck. And I was like, you see the wolf basically lockjaw and start going left and right. Like, he got a crit. And what I do is, on crits is, you don't roll both dice. You just get maximum. I give you 2 dice. You roll for 1 dice for the damage, for the attack itself, but you get maximum dice on the other one. So instead of rolling 2 dice and getting a 2, so if it's a D10 attack and you roll a crit, you get a minimum of 10 plus another D10 plus your modifier.
Nice.
It's one of those, like,
Yeah.
it's better than maxing out damage, because then you get those weird burst numbers, and that doesn't always help. And then all of a sudden I go, but the side effect, as the wolf is distracted, you see all the treasure that you guys had that you could not carry legitimately everywhere now.
It's all there on the ground around this person that just got killed.
Yep. And I mean, and they spent, money to buy, they didn't buy the bag of holding, but there was an explicit thing where the guy's like, I would, make sure I get my stuff back. I am loaning you a magic item. And like,
And now they let it get destroyed.
yeah. And it's just funny. That's one of my favorite moments in there, is like, that's where a couple of players got hooked on my narrative style, is I will let crazy things happen. Because I think that's just fun. For me, the rule of cool and what looks cool is good. Mechanics be damned in many cases.
Yeah.
But, then you get some people that are like, oh yeah, I don't want to have this, this shouldn't be rule of cool. And I'm like, we've been doing the rule of cool for a while now, so now you're against it because it's against you. No. That's not how that works. But no, I like that. I just like that one because it's like, they should have been able to spot the rogue immediately. They should have. On average rolls of 6 players, somebody should be getting over a 15. They all rolled like 1 to 5 on the D20.
Well, that's when something spectacular, terrible needs to happen.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is like, and then I go, we'll roll for your wolf, because we had initially forgotten about the wolf, and I was like, well, no, we'll go back, or, I was like, I kind of did that whole DM like, oh, okay, cool, thanks. And they're like, what's going on? And I'm like, oh, wait, you have a wolf, please, and I think wolves get advantage, I believe.
If it relies on smell, I believe.
And I think I gave advantage because this was a different smell in the area.
Sure.
Trying to give him a bonus.
Ow, that hurt. Used way too much of my health there for that spell.
But yeah, no, that. Yeah, so Fluffy, as the dog was called, was. All the players were mad at that, aside from the ranger, who was like, not the dog's fault. I was like, no, it wasn't. It was the dice's fault. And you got, what the hell is shooting you with? That fucking ice beam?
I don't have enough mana.
But yeah,
This guy's just not taking the hit.
yeah, no sense. That guy's like, yeah, no, now finally he dies. I don't know, it's funny. Some of the stories you get from games of the weird kind of stuff that goes on, and then you have those really weird secondary things that you're like, did this really happen? I didn't plan on it happening this way. Where'd he... What? Oh, you shot him through the door. Oh, okay.
Yep.
He was there and then he wasn't.
He stepped in, so I shot him.
But... No, it's like the Artificer my Artificer idea, one DM was like, oh, I like the idea. And so basically the whole backstory for my Artificer is originally from Eberron during the last Great War, freak accident teleported him to this DM's world. Fish out of water kind of thing. But he ended up joining the military, and then was tried because it was like this prison kind of setting where like the first quarter of the campaign you were in jail for a crime you committed. So you had to have something you either did or you didn't do and you were guilty, and you had all these rules about doing certain things.
Yeah.
Like you had to create an enemy, and also you had to have some ties to the outside world, whatever. So I came up with like a pretty cool story of when he came in, since he was an artificer, he, had, obviously those innate abilities, and he just kind of got screwed over a little bit. Being as, he ended up he was blamed for a bunch of people dying when it wasn't his fault. And
Maybe it was.
well, storyline wise, it wasn't his fault. And his character trait or one of his little separate character traits was, he was a little bit of a vengeful prick. Like, if you did him wrong, he would salt your fields. And he found out who blamed him for that operation going bad, and he killed him. So yeah, he absolutely murdered somebody, and he doesn't deny it. He's like, yeah, no, I totally killed that lieutenant, or I think it was the lieutenant or whatever. But here's my reason why: is he blamed me for the death of 15 soldiers when I was unconscious I was knocked unconscious, or whatever. And it's like, that's what his whole thing was. It's like, I'm totally guilty of murder. Absolutely. Did I cause the death of those men? No.
Not enough.
You get what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah.
no, I totally killed that guy. Did I do the other thing? No. And the problem that I had with the DM was, I'm an artificer and I'm in jail, and I'm like, okay, so I can't, like, our gear and whatnot, our kind of standard starting out gear, we don't get. So I'm like, okay. So the first adventure I'm on here is we're tasked to do something. And he's all like, well, don't you have spells? And I'm like, no, I don't have a focus. I can't have tools. You took it all away. Matter of fact, I don't even have a right arm. I was like, I was talking to the DM about it. I'm like, dude, you wanted me to run an artificer because the group needed someone that could do some of the, certain things. But you completely gimped me by taking away those things, and there's nothing I can do about it. It was, it's funny. I find it, he just, I don't think he understood. So finally we had gotten to a point where, like, there was like a riot or whatnot in the jail and people were dying. And I'm literally walking by people, like the clerics that are supposed to be healing, and I literally drop it. It's like, if I had access to my arm and my tools, I could help you out. And they're like, what do you mean? It's like, oh, I can cast divine spells. You can cure things? Yeah. Will you? No. because I can't.
Yeah.
And the DM gave me the dirtiest look, like, this could be an alignment hit. It's like, no, it can't be. My character will
He
not
said,
feel
yes, I
any-
will, I just can't.
Yeah, I was like, I have no ability to cure because you've taken
Yeah.
everything away. I don't have the ability to cure right now.
Yeah, it can't be an alignment if you don't have the ability to do it. That's like saying
And
that a cleric, before he has spell slots, has an alignment shift because he didn't cast Cure Wounds that he can't have access to.
so finally, you know, after that session, after about 5 or
Hey, Codemaster.
Hey, Codemaster. After about 5 or 6 sessions, or not, sorry, after that first session, after 5 or 6 guards died, we were talking, and I'm like, not trying to be a prick, but I told you that I needed to have a focus to be able to cast spells. And I'm not a cleric, so in your world, I didn't get the right to have my focus because I'm not a cleric. I'm an arcane caster that can cast Cure Wounds.
Same thing with Bard and some Warlocks. And there's actually a Sorcerer who can as well.
Yeah, you know, some people just hand wave that stuff. And so I'm sure that it can be challenging interacting between the people who want it all to work right, which, I mean, Nate is, or the people who just don't
Well, I'm
care.
very much you follow the rules. If it's mechanically there, it's mechanically there. You can't have things be there and not be there. We're not doing Schrodinger's rules.
Well, yeah, it's like, and the thing about artificers is they absolutely have to have a tool to cast
Yeah.
spells. I mean,
That's
down
kind of
the
their
road-
existence, is their tools.
Yeah, and it's just one of those. It's not a handicap, but and at some point,
No, it's
like,
part of their flavor. You can't. I mean, that is who they are. That's like saying it's a mechanic who doesn't have a tool belt. Then how do they do what they are? It's a doctor without medical supplies. Then how do they do what they are? So I'm right there with you.
Well, yeah, and he's like, well, his explanation of why they took the tool away is they're like, you can make a gun out of anything. And I'm like, pretty much, yeah. Because that's the particular one that Artificer I was playing. The one that can summon the cannon. So he's like,
Sounds legit. Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Well, I mean, to be fair, we've tried playing spellcasters who love fire spells in the Phlogiston, which never goes well.
Hey, I love
or
that.
How do you heal because there's no clerics in the middle of somewhere? You're far from your.
Hey, I solved that
God's
problem
domain.
without any issue. I don't understand why you guys had such difficulty. It was perfectly within the rules. You guys could have done it.
Yeah, so we ended up doing stuff like I am Groot. I missed that
Who
guy.
then couldn't actually live.
Yeah, don't bring a character who can't actually talk to the crew.
oh, Kenku? I can't.
I
don't know.
created a character that literally he was a talking tree, and I thought, hey, why not? I'll make him Groot. So I just spoke, I am Groot, I am Groot, I am Groot.
I don't allow Kenkus in my games because I
I
think
would,
they are.
as long as you deal with that weakness. And here's why. I had a mouse character that was a DMPC to help out the party when they were a little bit light on players. And, Mr. Codemaster, could my mouseling communicate with the party?
After a fashion, it was a hassle.
It was a
But
cantrip, but he could still do it.
mentally Cantrip, but he had to take an action to do so, and you can't really coordinate team actions
Right.
at speed
But
that way.
still, it was dealt with the issue some way instead of just ignoring it, is what I was saying.
The other thing that compounds the issue, I used to play a barbarian that just wanted to be dumb, and that's a really bad party character, because there's so few situations where you really want to just rush into combat no matter what.
Well, yeah, then you just become the meme, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and that can be fun as long as you have the groups that can support your stupidity. I've played those barbarians, believe me, and I have fun playing them. But yeah, no, I get you. I love the idea. Like one of my players, Allison.
Don't have enough essence.
But Allison, she's playing the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, and
Yeah.
she's having a lot of fun with that. Because she's finally started to use the not the darkness spell, but the tentacle spell, and it freaked the entire party out. Because I've been sitting there because her and I have talked about her character. Her character is very much intertwined in the story, and she's starting to see that the only reason she woke up from this weird comatose thing that was going on is because she was summoned by one of the gods there who wanted to save her because the aberrant mind, she basically touched an old one's mind and kind of went crazy for like 10 years and trapped in her own head for 10 years or something like that. And she's playing her character perfectly. And she's starting to see, because at first one of the NPCs who is essentially, the group is tasked to the whole storyline is they're recovering these crystals that are memories of essentially a chosen death cleric of the god of death in my world. Now, my world's deities don't necessarily go by names. They have generic names, and/or every city or every group of people have their own versions of it. So, if you're in the north, this tribe could say it's, Hela, or I allow them to use some names. Like the gods don't really care what they're called as long as they're worshipped.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So it lets them kind of bring that flavor in. Like I was telling you about that paladin, the person who set that person on the road, I based that god, the luck god, off of Nocturnal and Azura from Elder Scrolls. But it's more of the thief of Nocturnal, and when he finally got to see her avatar, it didn't click in his head when she goes, "Oh, you became a paladin? Thought you were gonna become a thief." Or, I use better wording, but he's like, "What are you talking about?" And then at the very end of the session, it clicked. He's like, "What the fuck?" And I'm all like, "What?" And it threw him for a loop, because I love hooks that I can throw out there with the character when they're creating their backdrop, and I'm just like, okay, that's fine, because he didn't know what god he was.
Oh, fire spell.
Ooh.
Don't have one. That's the problem. It's like every other time I've had a fire spell, this comes up. The one time I don't have a fire spell.
What gods they worship? What about Averna? We have there's three of us that do the most D&D, and I don't do the DM, but I'm the support guy. I'm writing a program, and I do a bunch of other stuff. But the other DM made a character with a ambiguous backstory that was some.
Hey, if people leave holes in their backstory, that's on them.
Some horrible.
And if they don't, I'll tell them to rewrite it.
Sacrifice was made that resulted in the birth of his character. Well, it turns out this fiendish sacrifice was to none other than, Lord of the Night, Asmodeus.
Yeah.
So, along the way, the Lord of the Sixth Hell just showed up, shut down my robot character, did a bunch of other stuff, and he freaked out.
Hey,
he does a great job of freaking
a
out.
Duke of the Hells should have a little bit of power.
A little bit. A little bit.
Yeah, we never really did anything with that storyline because he was so adamant about it. But it would have been interesting to
Hey,
see exactly what
I would have been
Asmodeus
okay
would
with
have
doing it,
given.
but he refused. I try to respect people's discomfort and not, push them.
But for a while, basically he was given the promise that your soul belongs to Asmodeus or whoever, and so he worked to prevent that from happening. You remember the Ring of Mind Shield?
But Asmodeus can only claim souls that don't belong to other gods, if I remember right, because that's the layer of hell he's stuck on. For him to get out, if you're dedicated to another god or you go there, he doesn't get that soul at all.
He's not. He was never really dedicated to anybody, was he?
No, he wasn't. If I'm getting it,
No, I mean Chris. Chris wasn't. He's just some kind of wizard thing. So
yeah. So with
That's
Asmodeus,
part of
the
why
way that
he
he's
finally
stuck
found Maestra.
It's just kind of weird because like Asmodeus is regenerating right now, and the only way he can regenerate is to get souls, but he can't take souls that are promised to other gods, so they have to be unpromised.
Well, doesn't a baby serve as an unpromised soul?
Well, actually, that's the thing. Averna was a different concept because she was actually a promised soul. Her parents created a sacrifice, and she was part of the sacrifice of the sense of she actually had his blood. So it was more, she was more of a Cambion, essentially.
Okay. So, yeah, succubus Cambion, so they can switch interminglingly, but yeah.
Not enough mana.
I'm just fascinated if this makes sense to you, because you're further in the lore than I am. I don't really do much in the way of the lore, so I've been lost for a while. But it's cool that it whatever Nate comes up with checks out.
Yeah, no, it's been a while. I mean, I know the lore pretty intensively and stuff like that. It's the whole Baldur's Gate.
I'll be back in just 1 second.
Okay. The whole Baldur's Gate book was really nice, but it just didn't offer much to the game aside from road warriors in hell. I mean, and that in itself is a cool idea.
Maybe one of my problems is that I grew up with the Dragonlance and not the Forgotten Realms.
Dragonlance is very constrained. All the gods are there. You have that story. Like, out of all the D&D stories, my favorites out of all of them are from the Dragonlance realm.
Oh, yeah,
Because they are open and closed. Raceland,
Cameron.
Cameron.
Tasselhoff.
Tasselhoff and Mouse Dagger and stuff like that is great because it really, I love those, and it made me really, really sad that Wizards of the Coast canceled the Dragonlance supplements, because that's what was planned. And Margaret, who owns the rights to it, mind you, the one who did it, she owns the rights to Dragonlance, so she had worked with them to come out with a campaign setting and whatnot and help write all the stuff. Is now suing Wizards of the Coast because they just completely backed out of it, and it's like I don't know where that's going to go, but it is what it is. But when it comes to D&D, like, I'm all for like players being creative, like I've been saying. It's like, be creative in your stuff. But yeah, I think part of it is like the Dragonlance campaign setting is very much live and die around the book series, because it doesn't really branch out much more from there. You're kind of, most people who play it are just trying to, and there's no shade or anything like that, but are essentially trying to live the adventures of that party. And every single time I've ever played a Dragonlance campaign, everyone wants to go to the last home. It's called the Last Home, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
The tavern where they all meet up in the tree.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that's one of those things that I like stories in worlds that have set things, and they're not so ambiguous about like, well, this could have went this way. Like, one of the things I'm not, the one change I do like what they did with Forgotten Realms, is they did lead credence to there are Dark Elves or Drow, and there's a little civil war between them because now there are enough followers of Illustre to justify trying to get rid of Lolth, and I like that. It's one in Baldur's Gate 3, actually, you can choose if you choose a Drow for a character, you choose basically pro Lolth or pro Illustre, basically.
Yeah.
And I really do like that because it leads credence to what they've been leading to for 20 years of books and stuff, and that's one of my favorite just stuff in general, is that they've done that. I am really sad that the Dragonlance 5th edition campaign setting got canceled. They're not going to make it, and I was really hoping. I wanted to see some updated rules. It would be great to see some updated rules for, some of those iconic characters.
All right, let me toss this question at you because my brother had an issue. I'm playing through a 5th edition version of the original modules that introduced the Drow and Lolth.
Oh, Undermountain?
Yeah, below Undermountain.
Yeah.
Into the lair of the Spider Queen or something. So, this is before there's books and books and books about the lore and all that stuff. And it's written as, in some terms, it's like, if you activate the city, your party dies. Like, well, no, we die if they can kill us. And so our party is well overpowered. And I'm getting to play with certain things that I've never been able to do before. But let me ask you this basic question. Are you familiar with Heroes Feast?
Yeah.
Does it basically nerf all Drow?
I'd have to take a look at the exact wording.
It grants immunity.
One
to
of
poison.
Drow's primary thing is that they use poison, and Hero's Feast prevents poison.
Yeah, you get immunity to poison, or is it resistance to poison?
No, it's immunity. Good stuff.
I know for a set duration, yeah.
Well, yeah, but every day you just redo it.
That's nice.
Keep in mind, one of the weaknesses of that is that the person in question has home ruled that the spell components are not consumed, and so he also is awarded a lot of wealth. So even if it wasn't, he could then just buy more of them. And that's one of the big things with that spell, is it's supposed to be expensive.
How expensive is it? 1,000 gold pieces? Yeah?
Yeah. Basically.
Pretty good.
And it even states on there which the spell consumes.
Yeah.
So he's just immediately okay. Alright, that's fine.
Still, we're making easily enough money to afford to do that.
Yeah.
Got mountains.
So yeah. So yeah, though the drow like to use poison, yeah, Hero's Feast you're immune to it. There's no way it specifically states that you get that and you won't ever be frightened.
Right, but one of the quandaries, of course, is so you're going through a first edition module that didn't have something like this, right?
No, Hero's Feast was around.
It was?
It wasn't. In older editions, it was around, but it was not nearly as powerful. You got to think back in the first edition, second edition, it just gave you modifiers, not just straight up immunity, which is not my favorite thing that that D&D has decided to do. I think
it simplifies, but it can make things wonky.
Yeah, you're looking at. It's kind of like the creators of D&D 5th edition purposely made Fireball powerful because
it's Fireball.
Because Fireball. But so yeah, I mean, does it nerf the Drow? Not the way I would think about it, but then again, if you guys want to see a module that, and don't ruin it for yourself, just know that you'll die within like the first couple sessions unless you spoil it, is the Tomb of Horrors.
Yep.
Because you will die in the first 10 minutes if you're not smart. And if you play the original one out of, what book is it? I forget. The reprint of it. I played the original one back in 2nd edition. And I played the new one, and even me trying to go, I know there's something about this hallway I gotta remember. Nothing. If you play it directly from the module, it's a completely unfair dungeon. You would never know to do half of the shit you're supposed to do. Ever. So when you're playing older stuff, and I think the Underdark, that's a 2nd edition. Like the Drow weren't really a thing. Until it made 2nd edition. But it was close enough that they could introduce some.
God, it didn't let me fire.
But in sorry. But lore-wise, when you look at the Drow, they didn't really take off until I can't pronounce the writer. The Dritz. The Dritz books came out, and then they started fleshing it out because they started using his lore to.
That's Salvatore.
Thank you.
I mean, he wrote well. I don't see why they wouldn't use it, unless they have a direct reason not to.
He is the creator of the known Drow stuff. Period.
Right.
And I'm perfectly fine with that. But, they're just adding on to it with some of the new changes, which is rightfully how things are going. But yeah, no, I mean, if you're using a 5th edition spell effect in a very old module, and I think he might have been better served by using Tales from the Yawning Portal and just having you go into the Underdark that way, because that was updated for 5th edition. But if you want to go with the older one,
Well, I mean, he strung together 13 modules, and that's how we happened to get Quake or it used to be called Wham, and we've gone to White Plume Mountain, we've done a bunch of things, and then we're ending up in the Underdark. And honestly, we're going to smash Lolth in the face when we get there. But right now we're clearing out the Drow City because we're there.
Yeah, see, it sounds like, and no offense to your DM, sounds like he is a very generous DM with some of that stuff. Like, after the first time Heroes Feast helped you clear out a few things, I would have to go, alright, we need to rethink Heroes Feast, because this, I'd have to go, alright, full stop. As a DM, I would either make the DCs before I would either go.
I don't have enough mana.
I would have to fix that, but I also would know about some of that stuff too. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with the mechanics that you're using, but the fact that he's giving you so many resources for your characters is concerning, because it's just kind of like there's a term that goes around called the money hall DM, and it's like, oh, it's basically you get a magic item, you get all this gold, and the players don't know what to do with the gold that they have. Like in my game, a lot of my players have issues because they're like, man, it just feels like we don't get a whole lot of money. And I'm all like, yeah, because you take jobs that have a set money amount that they pay out, and they tell you, hey, you can take whatever loot. Well, yeah, you're not going to have a whole bunch, because a lot of players are like, oh, I have millions of gold. Okay.
Well, that's the thing. 5e doesn't have anything for you to spend money on, and they really needed to.
Well,
that's one thing they really didn't do well.
I agree. But once you get to a point where you have tens of thousands of gold, and the DM doesn't kind of control the magic system to where you can buy magic items or transfer magic items, and that's one thing I have in my system where, like, if you get a +3 two-handed sword, but yet you have a standard +1 sword, there is a way to transfer that +3 over to the sword you can use, but it consumes that sword, and it costs, a significant amount of money to transfer it. I allow some of that because I don't, in my world, magic items permanently take away magic from the world. So it's not wise to hoard magic items, because the world has a way of retaliating and getting that stuff back. My party is getting very dangerously close to them having this effect happen to them, and they're not going to like it. They're walking around with some stupid gear, and I keep kind of telling them that, there are rewards for turning it into churches that want to recover areas. It's the whole mechanics that I put in there to make sure I don't give out too many magic items. Typically the +1 items, the little trinkets here and there, let's say like the bag of holding, those aren't calculated. We're talking +2, +3 weapons, stuff like that drain the world, where the other ones are just kind of permanently pulling from the wheel. And you have if you have someone who's just giving you magic items in gold, then why are your characters adventuring? If you take a look at what it costs for someone to live in a world, you need to also take a look at, well, how much does it take for someone, like, if in your bag of holding you could build a castle using some of the old rules on building a castle and still have 500,000 gold left, you need to build a Starjammer ship, go steal an elemental core to power that shit, and then go out into space. Because you are the Elon Musk of that world, and this world is lame. Go somewhere where go fight a void dragon, and then you'll find why God's feared. That's kind of where I look at it. So in my early years of DMing, I used to be that guy who gave a bunch of gold out, and I used to do all that, and I realized that the player incentive for gold was not, it didn't equate well enough the way I wanted it to, so I had to change my approach to it. And so far, aside from one player who's been wanting full plate for a while, and I finally gave it to him in a reward, we've been playing for over 6 months, and he still hasn't got the 1,500 gold. The party has had probably about 4,500 gold, altogether with 6 people. The thing is that the other players are like, dude, you never get hurt, you don't need plate mail. And then this last fight, they realized, okay, yeah, we're going to be hitting the necromancers and Khenarthi skeletons and stuff like that, and yeah, you should probably have a better defense. So they all kind of pooled their money together and found a guy to get him, hook him up. And But I mean, in relation to your game, you guys aren't doing anything wrong. I just, as a DM, I would just immediately, you know, I have a general rule of I will make a call on something for the game, and then I will have a definitive answer by the next game of how it'll be handled, if that makes sense.
No, it sounds like you have a lot of experience, and it sounds like you lean a lot closer to Nate in terms of your style. You have a coherent world. You know, I can see how he's easy to get along with for you. I've known Nate since college, so he's a bit of a different character than most.
That's a backhanded comment if I ever heard one. No, I just and I appreciate it. It's one of those the thing is like as someone who's played that guy on the D&D table, who's min-maxed, I mean, I was literally I had a Radiant Servant of Palor that took vow of non-violence, vow of peace, and vow of poverty. Now, you're gonna have to look up some of the stuff. Maybe Nate won't have, or Dynamix won't have to, but you, if you know what the combinations of those as you're leveling that stuff up, this character literally had a 60-foot bubble around them that if you wanted to enact violence, you had to make a will save, friend or foe. If you hit this cleric with a man-made weapon, or a handmade weapon, you had to roll to see if the weapon destroyed itself before it got to me. And instead of my turn hit dice, like to turn them, I destroyed hit dice 4 times whatever my level was. So I literally had a DM go, I can never throw undead against you because you destroy things 4 times your level. You can literally kill the god of death by turning him. By rules as written. And I'm like, yes I can, because I'm a Radiant Servant of Palor and I hate the undead. That and the fact that when you go into like the vows of poverty and stuff like that, like you can't have a gold to your name. So literally this cleric was walking around in like a robe and sandals, like walked around with no weapon, had a holy symbol which was the only exemption. And to give you an idea, you're familiar with what Baelors are, right?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
A Baelor kneeled before this character and refused to attack it because it failed the wisdom save to be able to attack me, and realized I can't do anything. I don't want to fight you. I was the bane of my party because my vow of nonviolence would be, let's keep them alive. It's the best way I've Munchkin something, and if you're not familiar with the term, it's from Munchkin, the card game, and it is, how bad can I, quote, without cheating, cheat the system? And I just, literally the DMs are like, I'm so sorry I even showed you the Radiant Servant of Palor because you just broke my game. Because when you're turn undead, or sorry, destroy undead essentially, goes 120 feet out in a radius.
Yeah.
Because of the feats and everything that I chose, I had a higher AC than because of all the vows, and you have to maintain those. So like, I could never kill anything unless it was undead. It couldn't be a living humanoid. Undead were the circumvention that they have is they are not alive. So you're allowed to be violent towards the undead, and you just totally hit that guy in the back of the head, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. It's... it was just fun to play that character, because we were playing basically a Tower of Babel campaign, where it was like a world-ending kind of dungeon, where like if heroes didn't go in there and clear it out and beat this dungeon, you would get a
World ended.
Like, yeah, it's like the Apocalypse Stone, but it's a different kind of module. And literally, we get to right before the last part where one of us can make the wish, and everyone's like, and as you're going, you have to keep making tests if you remember what the mission was, because that's the effect of the tower. It's kind of a cool idea. Like, you get lost in there wanting treasure, and then all of a sudden you get told a wish, but you forget your goal is to wish that these towers don't destroy the world. But you're in there so long that you forget what your mission is. Kind of a cool concept that he came up with how he modified this module. And we get to the point where only one of us can go up to this dais or whatever and place a wish. And everyone's all like, well, I'll go and make the wish, and you have to make a test. And this guy has failed it over and over again. And it's like, no, you won't. It's like, do you really, really think? And I had my character walk up in front of it, and I was like, do you really think that you're going to be able to actively kill me or to attack me? And it was, I can't remember, it was a martial class, and he's like, your aura's in effect right now, isn't it? It's like, it's on 24/7. I can't turn this shit off, man. Like, my character got out of the tower, and there were kingdoms like, we just want you to live in the kingdom, in the castle. You don't ever have to do anything again.
Yeah.
But that would break my vow of poverty. I can't do that. You can't pay me or bribe me or anything. You can't give me a castle because that has a gold value. I couldn't do it. Like, I played this character to the vows. And it was one of my favorite characters I've ever played. Enough that, like, when we added up, because there are ways that at level 20, we had finished that campaign at level 20, and we did some stuff afterwards. But he wouldn't let me play that character anymore, because he basically said, not that you couldn't, it's just that character is completely legit, mechanics are all fine, but I can't throw anything against you, because unless I throw gods against you, and even then, they gotta make a save, and knowing him, he would fail the saves. It's just one of those, like, yeah, no, I had to make another character, and so we had to find a way to write it off.
I need mana.
Now, part of the vow of the Book of Virtue, which is where you get all the vows from, is the vow of peace, non-violence, and stuff like that, is if your character dies at a certain level, you can be reborn, and you are reborn as a saint. So, he's like, we're just gonna say your character, it basically came down to Paylor wanted my character as, like, their right-hand high priestess. Like, next to him doing stuff. Because she was completely dedicated to Paylor. And that's how we had to write the character off. Because if you just, you retired, then I broke my vow. Because unless I retired and I'm homeless, which, I mean, I guess that's a form of retirement. But it's one of those weird, like, when you look at some of the mechanics of everything, there's nothing I could have done with that character. So literally the character became like a demigod, and then eventually became a god herself. Because, this god saved the world, by just wishing that everybody in this tower was free and the towers went away. Because I never had to make the roll. I auto-passed every single DC check because it was a intelligence and wisdom check, depending on your scenario, if you could remember what the mission was. Well, I'm so heavily stacked in those stats, it's like, yeah, there's no way I'm not going to forget the mission. And it's just funny. And to this day, we sit there and joke about that character because apparently he started a new campaign, and that character is now like replaced Paylor in his world with like divine levels, and I'm like,
nice.
Okay, that's just funny because she would not absolutely do that.
Well, I would see it more as it should have been that Paylor and her merged.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how he eventually rewrote before that campaign started. Is that they just combined their divinity. It's just that Paylor apparently got a change genders because everyone preferred the female version.
I can't take that guy. I couldn't move.
I saw that.
Man.
No, I love talking shop with D&D with people because it's always interesting to see their take on things. Because you'll get people that do that weird, that do that like Monty Hall thing that I was telling you about, where they just get magic items out and left and right, or they get massive wealth out, and then those DMs start complaining that the players can just circumvent the game. And then
I never let anyone circumvent me. There's always something else.
Well, yeah, and yeah, again, like I've said, it's like this is my world. You are just playing in it, and the laws can change, give or take. But I try to be as fair and balanced as possible when it comes to some of that, because there are some things you can't really judge too much on some of that stuff. Like, I don't get mad when players go, well, you know, it says this. Okay. A perfect example, actually. The Artificer's ability to give turn a hand crossbow into a semi-automatic 9mm pistol. With the reload enhancement. It gives it +1/+1, and it auto reloads and gets rid of the requirement to have a free hand to reload the weapon. In conjunction with Crossbow Expert. Now, Crawford has said, yes, it's fully intended to do that. In my game, I don't let that.
Not enough mana.
You still have to have a hand free to cock it, but it doesn't take an action to do so. And that's how I've judged it, is because I had a player who wanted to do that and run like and I don't like the fact that D&D 5th edition has one shield. All shields are the same. Sorry, I disagree with that. That he wanted to run around with a shield, a custom-made one where it was like the old tower shields from, 3.5.
Yeah.
Like he wanted to run around with a fucking SWAT shield, basically. And he's shooting through it and giving himself 3/4 cover plus, the +2 AC and everything like that. And I was going back and forth with him, like, I'll let you do it. I want to see how it impacts the game for a couple sessions, but I may have to go back and change this because I suspect it's going to be a little broken if you're running around with a hand crossbow, a crossbow expert, and getting 3 shots a turn before the fighter gets his second attack. I get it, it's only like a D6, D8, whatever damage. But
I would have told him fine, but you have to have some sort of threat. Like, there has to be some cost to it. But I see what you're saying, why I would be very cautious with it. I totally agree.
Well, yeah, it's like, I'll let it run for a couple sessions, see how it goes, but it may change, and I'll let you change your character to fit how you want. And he threw a fit when he did that. He got mad because, like, they got done with an adventure And they got to like I think level 4 was when I used the milestone system to level up. I don't use
Yep.
XP. And he's like, I want to buy bracers of archery. They're a novel item. They're I can't remember. They're bottom tier, but it adds +2 damage to range. And I had just given him a bow +1. And I'm like, okay, well, you know that I do magic items differently. I count that as what would be considered a +2 item. It's not a simple magic item. Because you're adding damage, and you've already just now got an additional +1 to damage. So, no, you're not. And so, I looked up older tables on how much things cost, because I'll be honest with you,
Yeah, there's a PDF for that if you're interested.
Yeah, no, I actually found a really cool homebrew a guy did about converting old 3.5 magic items to 5th edition price-wise. Because you gotta remember, I think, +3 weapons were like 100,000 gold.
I found one that was sane magic prices or something like that. It was a homebrew someone made, and the prices actually fit well. They're not balanced on rarity, they're balanced on power of the item.
Not
Yeah,
enough mana.
and that's what I was trying to explain. Like, most of the other players were like, okay, that makes sense. And I think one of my players turned me on to that list, and I was like, oh, no, that's cool. And I started using that in that game. Unfortunately, things happen. I lost a player. I lost that particular player because he felt I was trying to hold him down, and I'm like, you're so set on this.
You want to be the god, and you think that's going to be cool, but you don't understand drama is where the game really comes in.
Well, it's
I
like,
don't have enough mana.
I'm not saying that you couldn't have bracers of archery. What I'm saying is that you're not getting them for 500 gold. And
Right.
when I think on that table, like, bracers of archery were like 10,000 gold or something like that. And I was like, even that to me is a little high. Because it is just.
Hey, look at him fly!
Yeah, he got air with it.
Booyah!
But that is one of those things where having to explain to that player got so tiresome. I was like, listen, I've said how I'm ruling on it. I'm done. I'm not gonna. No more of this. Because he also had this weird pet peeve, like he wanted to have a flat. Okay. And you can tell me how ridiculous this is. So he's like, okay, I want to have. He didn't have land navigation. For doing, having a horse and cart, but he wanted to have a wagon that was a flatbed, but it was a, those trucks that have the flat part on there that you unlock and the tools are underneath. He wanted to have one of those, and I'm all like, well, how big are we talking? And he gives me this idea, and I'm like, okay, the player's handbook only gives you the price of that literally 2-wheeled fucking wagon.
Yeah.
They only give you that thing. They don't tell you about merchant carts or anything like that. And I'm like, well, I'll figure out some things, but you'd have to have it custom made because that's not something that's going to be laying around. Apparently, that was his tipping point. Was, he felt I was being too. I want to just say no to this player, and I still game with him and whatnot. It's just we've come to the agreement that he can't play in my games because he likes to min-max too much. Because he would literally, I would try to correct he would come to the game, and when it wasn't his turn, not pay attention, or if it was like a long RP session, he would go sit down on my couch and almost fall asleep. And then when I'd be like, hey, it's your turn up, he'd be like, so what's going on?
Don't have enough.
And
yeah, I have had that.
And I'm like, I warned him multiple times that, that's disrespectful, not just to me, but to the other players, because you're not giving them, their time. And
Yep. That's actually why I went to Universal Turn.
I'm going to look at that.
Universal Turn and Players Roll Everything's really helped with that issue. Because I've had that issue before. You can ask Codemaster. We had some people that are really bad at that.
We've gone through various things with rules.
I don't have enough mana.
Yeah, nothing beats in person, and
No.
the ability to all be kind of going at once lends itself to a pretty good sense of teamwork.
Not enough mana.
Oh yeah, no, I can see that. I'll definitely look. I'll look into it. Like,
I haven't found anyone that actually has documented it all together, so if you want to learn about it, you'll probably need to talk to one of us. I'm working on trying to codify all the rules and get it pulled together, but there's currently nothing for it other than rough draft and in my head.
yeah, I mean, yeah. Later on, we can definitely. It would be something that I definitely would look into. What was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought.
I need mana.
But yeah, for the most part, some of the player stuff that I run into is not one I get too worked up at. I just hate when I had to call a player out last week about me doing, because I do I'll declare a cinematic scene, and that basically is the key to players. You do not interrupt me during the scene. You don't get any interrupts. You can't cast any instants. You can't do anything like that. Period. This is me explaining what's going on, and that's it. And I don't do it very often. So like I said, in my campaign, what they're trying to do is they've been tasked, and they've now realized that they initially were being manipulated by a particular god who is not of their world to save their world. Because the other gods aren't doing anything about it, and the story is progressing in that Io, anybody who knows who Io is.
So that's how you pronounce it?
Uh,
That's fine.
There's multiple pronunciations.
But I know who you're talking about.
well, the only way I've seen it spelled out is I and then O. And I know
I've
there's
heard AO.
AO. Yeah, I've heard that too.
Is that the same being you're talking about?
He would be the overgod in 5th edition. He's the creator god, basically.
Is Io a different creature?
No, it's just pronunciation.
Okay.
Pronunciation. And I could be pronouncing it wrong. It's just old knowledge. Maybe I'm going off of old stuff. Whatever. 5th edition rewrote a lot of things. Actually, they haven't even introduced Io, or in it at all. They don't explain what the overgods are. Actually, I don't think in 5th edition do they explain what overgods are?
Nope.
I don't know if they did or not.
Doesn't really ever come up.
Yeah, it's just weird lore bits. But I always portray him as like this dwarf, and
Not enough mana.
whenever players run into him or see him, it's him wielding, essentially a forge
I need mana.
on his shoulder or whatever. It's basically a crafter. And he just
Not
gets
enough mana.
one of my favorite. You're running into problems there.
I
Getting
don't
beat
have
up.
enough mana.
Yeah, because there's so many of them.
I know. I noticed that there are a lot of them around. But because for some reason the gods are not stepping in to try to save as in like maybe they don't know what's going on. Granted, obviously there's a group of bad people who are essentially doing like
Hey, Tomo, how's it going, man?
They're trying to bring the end of the world. Basically, it's a cult. And these guys basically were, if you think of like the Watchers from like Buffy the Vampire Slayer or whatnot, at first they were watching, and then they finally were just like, no, the world needs to end. So they basically damaged the world's core, which is starting to cause what I've called blood marshes to arise. And basically, what these are is, if you die, if there's if there's too much magic in one area and in a battle or anything like that, or too much death, negative energy, stuff like that, these marshes will pop up and they're there permanently. And if you die there, you are raised as undead.
Nice.
I've heard similar things.
Yeah. Again.
So not unique, but steal it. Yep.
Yeah, it's a modification of. I think I stole the idea from a video game, actually, if I remember it. But the
I've heard a few versions of it, so I mean,
yeah.
Take your pick.
Yeah, but for the most part, they have a. Each time they get this memory crystal from essentially one of the first queens in the kingdom that they're currently working for, they get memories of them. Now, I stole. I don't know if you played
Sure.
the Fantasy Flight Star Wars game. What was it? It was the.
I know of it. I haven't played it.
I love this game, by the way. And if we ever got a group that wanted to run it, I would run it. It's such a good game.
I don't like that they have their special dice. It's something that I find kind of
there's a
irritating.
table that you can just use. And also there are ways you can just convert it. It's literally. Anyways, there are. I stole the idea from their book, from Force and Destiny, The Ghost of Dathomir. And basically there are these force crystals that contain the soul of an emotion and an extreme thing of just it's just heart-wrenching, because one will be extreme fear when you get in range and touch it. One will be anger. One will be those extreme levels of emotions. But I
Pure emotion.
Yeah, it's just pure.
No, Santa died. We'll go back to him in a bit.
Santa died a couple times. Well, he's technically your guy is currently named Santa still, but he. And I turned it on its head where these are just shards of her when she died in that battle.
Wow.
And the players are going to find out here in the next couple sessions, if they can focus, is that the god who's helping them, who is taking the form of a steel dragon, because I love steel dragons, the whole lore behind steel dragons is just really cool. And that in Io created steel dragons so he could learn about those experiences of living as like a human and as a race that can live for a reasonable amount of time and all those experiences. Like if you ever want to see a really good story of how steel dragons live, Mr. Rex has a really good YouTube video about it.
Cool.
Phenomenal video on that. But basically he contacted another god from another world, essentially from another campaign. I told my buddy who was running it, I was like, listen, I'm gonna steal this character who's a god, because it was a custom god for my fighter, my Eldritch Knight, and they just called him the Masked Wanderer, which is he gave blessings to martial classes if you were a good soul, if you were noble at heart and stuff like that, and you were a good fighter. He didn't care if you were bad or good. If you're good, you can get his blessing.
So he's neutral.
Yeah, he's the epitome of true neutral. Like he is like, I don't care who wins. Or in me and my friend's case, he is corn from chaos. Care not where the skulls come from, and care not where the blood flows.
There you go.
It could be bad guys or good guys or neutral guys, don't care. So I told him I was going to borrow his character because him and I came up with it together. And I told him what I was doing with it. He's like, I like that because that would be something he would do. He would just go wander around and start fucking with other people, or checking out other things. Because he was literally the wandering swordsman or the mirrored swordsman, because he wore a mask that was completely mirrored. And when he killed his chosen would be gifted a mask that would give him true sight. But the thing is that the mask would, like if you were in a fight
we're talking about a D&D campaign.
If you were in a fight and you got up close, like if you're stabbing someone, what's the worst thing you could see? You're seeing your own face scream in agony. So, again, that's me working with the DM to create a god that works on multiple levels. But it's one of those, I brought him in, and his motivation is he wants to save a particular... His motivation is very, very simple, and one player knows what his motivation is. The other players suspect that the memory they saw had something to do with it, but his motivation is like his quote wife and or his betrothed. He's been able to extend her life so that way he can do that, but that is at its limit. Being as she's elf,
that looks like that would hurt.
Yeah. Ow. Ooh. Ow.
Variant of Bones of the Earth?
He is literally making a deal. His only reason for going and trying to save this world is okay, if I do this, she gets to pick where she goes, because this is before, because it's a drow. It's a former high priestess that of some sort or another, but he wants to save her soul from going to Lolth. But
I don't have enough mana.
if you know anything about Lolth, well, Lolth gets all the souls unless they're already promised somewhere else. That's part of the whole drow thing, is not very often. Drow are pretty much destined to get consumed by her or mutilated or whatever.
Not enough mana.
And so he's wanting to save her. So he's doing it off of the base thing, like, hey, I want my woman not to get completely gone. I want her soul to go to Illustre or to me, if she wants. But, give her the choice of where she wants to go. Which is something that I really, it's the dumbest reason ever for him to go, yeah, I'll save a world just for this, for one soul. But it's also like, as one person put it, that's sappy as fuck. And I'm like, yeah, I suppose so.
Well, I mean, if it fits the character, then it's appropriate. I mean, that's the big thing for RP. That's one thing I deal with sometimes. Players is like, okay, RP. He does this stuff because he feels like it. Well, no. Why? Give him motivation. Give him purpose. Give him meaning. What drives them?
Well, yeah, and that I would agree. And no matter how kind of quote lame, the tropey side of it is, I had to give some kind of motivation of why is he trying to save a world that he's not even part of the pantheon there. And his other thing was, I will go there, do my best to save the world, and then after a set amount of time, the world completely forgets I exist. because that's kind of in his nature. Like, yeah, I'm a god of one world. I don't want to be anywhere else. Fuck you. Leave me alone. And that's where, you know, I have a lot of fun with when you do the homebrew stuff, is you get to make those characters. Like, the one person who knows about it, like, hated this god because he's like, I suspect you're this person. And when he finally gets right and you have the one time to talk to him, he's like, oh yeah, you know, you've been right the whole time. I've just been, you know, screwing with you. You know, I don't want anybody to know who I am. And then after
I don't have an FS.
After 5 or 10 years, you'll forget I exist. So who cares? And that's
Good job, you figured it out. Now you'll forget.
Yep. But after that, he sent me a message like, how can I hate that guy? Because now he's actually told me why he's doing it and why he's interfering in the world. Because this guy's really much... God's interfering in this world is bad. We need to find a way to put a shield around things. And I'm all like, are you playing a particular political person who wants to put a wall around the world? Go ahead. It's not going to work because my magic doesn't work that way. Like, for some reason, he has this weird idea when he read about the weave in Mystra that the weave protects the world. And I'm like, where did you get this information? I was like, where did you get this?
No.
Because that's not how the weave works. The weave is where magic is pulled from, and then
It's just a power source, really, because you also have the Shadow Weave, which is tainted.
Yeah, but the weave is something you pull power from, and then every day it's rebuilt.
As long as Maestra's around.
Well, yeah, this time no one can mantle her power.
I'm so glad you know about that.
Dumbass level 11 spell.
Level
There's
12.
there's level 12 and 11 spells? Really? But there's only 9.
No, he made sure they got rid of those. So level 10, 11, and 12 spells do not exist anymore.
Speaking of what I do, I've been attempting to recreate a magic system worthy of Netheril.
I have drafted Codemaster into my schemes, if you're wondering.
So, to create a system that could have existed before magic was codified into the 9.
When Maestra was, you know, chaotic good. Or chaotic neutral, depending on who you ask.
Where they thought mortals could never do damage with magic.
Precisely.
I mean,
Mortals are too puny-minded to do damage with magic.
Yeah, they only took part of whatever the Elven God's world and put it on the planet and almost destroyed the world in the process. But
Wait,
okay.
There's a problem with that?
Kinda.
I feel like I really missed out on the Morrowind time, because the kind of antics that Sotha Sil was up to seems like it was perfectly in line with Netheril.
You know.
We hate this god of that city over there. Let's drop a meteor on him. No, he's just gonna stop it.
Oh yeah, when you're talking about like the living gods of Morrowind and everything. Yeah, Morrowind was an interesting lore dump. I'm not sure. That was a difficult game to play because that was just hard. That game was hard mode because you had to read text and there was no arrows where to go. And that's perfectly fine. No issue with any of that. I was like, I like Skyrim, I really do, but I think that the issue I have with how Skyrim was, what is it, the meme? What's the meme? I'm gonna start a brand new Skyrim playthrough, and I'm not gonna go archery or assassin 2 hours later with the bow and sneaking, because it's the only mechanic. Or like in Oblivion, where you're like, I'm gonna make chameleon armor and I'm always invisible. That was always good. and I will always remind my wife that she saved over my 1,000-hour of Oblivion time character who had mastered every guild, every magic, everything like that. Like
Now you can do it all over again.
No. I mean, I did recreate it once it came, you know, when I got a PC or I got another PC and I got it, and I just cheated to make that character again. And that's just because, no, I'm not doing another 1,000 hours of that. Like, I was legitimately upset that the chameleon spell was out of Elder Scrolls. I was like, damn it. But I know why they did it, you know. It's just, it's funny. I just laugh my ass off when it comes to some of that stuff. Like I love how Elder Scrolls did gods, the Daedric gods, where like you have Nocturnal and Azura, which are really not bad gods. They're just Daedric princes, and like when I showed about Paladin in my group that this is what his god's mentality is about. Once I fleshed it out, again, one of Mr. Rex's videos will do a really good explanation of it. But he's like, he was completely stoked for it because he's like, that's awesome. I really do like that, because that shows the characters didn't really know what they wanted, and they went one direction where like Nocturnal, essentially, we just basically adapted Nocturnal as the god's name for ease. They've done, he's like, but I'm not a rogue. And I was like, yeah, so we're kind of in the territory of Critical Role, where the Traveler was an eldritch power, and he was expecting what's her name, to become a warlock because she's a tiefling, and she became a cleric. And the meme is, you have this robed figure, and he's like, what? Am I a full-fledged god now? Do I have to build temples? Fuck! It's funny because he's like, you're a cleric.
Well, like, I think she may actually be a warlock, and he just allowed substitutions.
No, I've seen, they've shown some of the characters, and she's listed as cleric. Because she uses Guiding Bolt, and one of the other pictures I saw, which was kind of cute. I don't watch them all the time because I view Critical Role, and no shade to those guys. I personally like what they do, but that is a production. That is not a real D&D.
Yeah, that's not a real D&D game, and so many people think that that's what it has to be D&D, and it's like...
Yeah, when someone told me, hey, look at this, and they even make an animation, is this the one they make an animation out of?
They're going to, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're making one now.
You can make an animation out of a bunch of people playing D&D, it's not real.
Well, here's the thing about...
Way too committed and professional at being your characters if you can animate it.
Well, that's the reason why the Matt Mercer effect happened, is you have so many people that got into D&D because of Critical Role, that what happened was so many people were expecting D&D to be that. And even Matt Mercer had to...
but they didn't want to do their part, is part of it too, you have to point out.
Yeah. The thing is, well, that's the thing, is Matt Mercer replied to this guy saying this is the Matt Mercer effect. Everyone expects D&D to be Critical Role now, and everyone's role-playing characters and doing voices. I'm sorry, I have a monotone voice. I can't do voices like that. I could, but I couldn't talk the next day, and I'm not going to put my voice at risk. So, you know, I'll do my very best, but for the most part,
I need mana.
Yeah, no, you're not going to get too many voices from me. If you want to roleplay and you want to do that, I get points for that. You know, there's bonuses for that. You know, there are benefits to being a good role player, and I will always benefit players for that. But for me, I can't do it because of my voice. and I also like to focus on like story and making sure everything, you know, a variety of things. But he responded saying like, if people are expecting it to be like Critical Role, they better bring it like the people on Critical Role.
Yeah.
They have also stated that most of the voice actors that do it have, I can't remember where it was posted, but it was something along the lines of, you can't, when they did like their home game, the voices weren't really a thing.
Whoa.
Oh,
Sorry, keep going.
the fatal error. Yeah, no, they said that like on the home game, like they would act out a few things on like in the serious RP areas, but for the most part, it was your traditional game at home.
Yeah. But that's the thing people don't think of either. They are professional voice actors.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
What, you shouldn't expect people to be on that level, and I don't.
Well, it's unreasonable for him to do that, and I don't, you know, I like I said, I applaud anybody who's willing to try. But it is what it is. You know, I'm not going to sit there and expect him to do it. Nobody should. But yeah, the Matt Mercer effect is real because you get a lot of people. Some of the younger generation, millennials and stuff like that, who see it like, oh, this is all fun. That's one reason why I can't watch D&D streams very much on Twitch, is they're trying to copy that, and it's like there are some that do really, really well, but there are some that I'm just like, it just feels like they're trying to be too much.
Yep.
Too much like Critical Role. They're trying to be too much of a production, and if it's going to be a production, just admit that it's a production, because everybody in their right mind who's watched Critical Role knows that Critical Role is a production. Because
all those who are sane do.
Yeah, like I said, anybody with a reasonable mind can look at a production that they get these tables and everything like that when they're doing it, and they have sponsors, and once you get like sponsors that are giving you tables, chairs, they're fucking allowing you to create content on their website so that way for free, and you got Wizards of the Coast that are working with Matt Mercer for the Wildmount campaign book and stuff like that. You're a production company. Shut up. You're producing entertainment. I do enjoy it. I did kickstart their animation because they're all voice actors. They're all very good voice actors. If they get good animation, I'm going to like that series. Because it's going to be a condensed adventure, D&D adventure animation. The last D&D adventure that we got was the D&D cartoon series. And that hasn't aged well. I like it, but it hasn't aged well. You should look it up.
Well, that's part of why I like the game that MCDM does, because he's like, yeah, no, what they do is different. I show what a real game's like. They admit their game's not real. A real game is very much not voice acted, and all his players don't really do voice acting. A few of them get into it a little bit, but some of them are very monotone. It's like, that's in character, that's out of character. Like, they literally state if it's in or out of character because you can't tell.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, like, I tend to play female characters unless it's like it kind of all depends. Like, I'll look at the group and I'll be like, okay, well, I'll look at the idea. Like I said about the cleric that I was talking to you about.
Yeah.
How would I want to see someone like that? Well, I see a male in that role just being overly gruff or something like that, and to me that doesn't feel right. But I see a female character fitting that better, whereas like my artificer who was a soldier and lost his arm and everything like that, okay, well that's more of a soldier who's fighting front lines. We take, some
I don't have enough mana.
historic data, on, if it's, if we're talking Middle Age style fighting and whatnot, there wasn't many women on the battlefield, yada yada yada. that sounds like a male character.
You're just
And
being
actually,
sexist.
I know.
Just kidding.
I'm being,
Just kidding.
I'm just being an ist or a phobe somewhere there.
You know, there was that one woman that one time that was recorded on the battlefield at that one point in the decade of that we're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. 1 out of a million. All right, gotcha. It's kind of like it's funny. I was in the artillery for about a year and a half after I got hurt, and they have the army has what's called the Molly Pitcher dinner, and it's based on a woman during the Civil War who was for the Union, and she wasn't a soldier. She was told to fall back from the battle lines. She refused because part of the battle lines was on her home, and the reason why it's called the Molly Pitcher is her name was Molly, of course, but she would go around and bring buckets of water to the artillerymen. So they had something to drink. She would bring them food while they're fighting, and
So they could fight better.
Yeah. So they attest to them winning that battle. I forget which one it is, but they attest like there is. That's the reason why they fought. Is they had somebody there that they're like, she's doing her part to fight, but she's not fighting directly, but she's helping us do it, and they have something to defend. So they kind of did this weird kind of like. So she's honored in the artillery. But the other thing is the artillery is called the King of Battle. The infantry, which was my first MOS when I was in the infantry in the army, got the 25th ID, 2nd Ranger Battalion, stuff like that. Or I was supposed to go to the 2nd Ranger Battalion because I was Ranger qualified. The infantry is called the Queen of Battle. Think of what you will with that. I've never understood that.
They're girls?
I don't know.
Joking.
No, I don't take offense to it. Like, I've always wondered, like...
It's chess. If you take out the infantry, you take out the artillery, you win. But the queen can go anywhere and is the most powerful. So in that sense, the infantry
it's
is important and most powerful in play, but the desired goal is to destroy the artillery.
Yeah, no, and I totally get, and I can buy that. But for the for the longest time, I always thought that was just weird as being an infantryman, and it was all men at the time. It's now co-ed now, but and we'll see what happens when we get into a major war when women start freaking out when they actually see their buddies die, and what happens to guys when they see a woman die that's in their platoon.
That'll be fun.
Or just wait until the first unit gets completely wiped out and there may be majority women, or they're 50-50. We'll see what how people feel about sending girls out to combat in the infantry to the front lines. We'll see. But we don't have we don't have something to base it off of. So that's fine that it's co-ed. I have nothing against it. Just
we don't know yet. Yeah.
You have to prepare for a backlash. People not liking it.
Well, I didn't know we'd get called into combat. Is one thing I heard a college student colleague of mine say when he joined the Guard. Well, I didn't know they were going to actually call me in.
The Guard's been holding it down since before the official army was friggin' formed.
Well, it was back when Afghan issues. Yeah, and they were complaining that they got called in. They're like, well, I did it just to get the money. I didn't think I'd actually have to go anywhere.
The
it's like,
No, it's not the recruiters. It's dumb people, let's be honest. What people forget about the National Guard is the National Guard is state. It's not. It's the state side. Basically, it's a different version of the reserve. It's more active, and it's meant as an auxiliary force for the state. But once they're federally activated, they can't. So whoever signed up and was complaining about that did not look at.
I need mana.
So you're talking about Afghan. No, they were told they had to have been told because the Guard is activated more than active duty units at this point. Because there are more guardsmen that can relieve infantry units.
Yep.
Active duty army.
Yep.
And their deployment and the guards' deployments are shorter than active duty. Again, almost 10 years in the army, a couple years in the National Guard, and I've been deployed with the Guard once and deployed with the Army 3 times. One of them was voluntary. I wasn't voluntold. I volunteered to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I've never bought the I didn't know I'd have to go to war. You join the army. It doesn't matter whether it's National Guard or Reserve. You join the army or the Marines or the Navy or whatever you chose. I mean, the only one you don't need to worry about freaking going to combat for the most part is the Coast Guard.
And even that's debatable right now.
Yeah, even they got pulled into some areas, mainly into the Gulf and stuff like that. They tend to go, like when we talk about the Coast Guard, they will tend to be there first until the Navy gets there, and then they'll pull away because then big Navy's there, and they got the firepower, but you may see the Coast Guard trying to hold it down as much as they can with their boats, but they don't really have the firepower because they're mainly there for civil protection, law enforcement. But I've seen I think it was in the Gulf because one of my Guard deployments was to Houston.
I couldn't move. That guy got me, and it wouldn't respond. It's always that guy. This map on that guy. That guy's the one that kills me on this map.
He was shooting flame out of like 3 different areas.
Yeah.
Like, how the hell do you dodge that?
I shouldn't have got that close, but I couldn't. The teleport wasn't responding, even though it was recharged. I'm like, teleport, and he's like, nah. I'll just take it and eat it.
Fire's yummy.
Well, it's been a day. It's been fun. I appreciate you guys hanging out.
Yeah.
I should be back on in 3 hours-ish. I gotta take care of some family stuff.
It's been nice to get to know you a little bit better.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I said, whenever one of the things I wanted to bring up is maybe create one, we can worry about linking that, but maybe, I know this is your channel, but if we wanted everything to kind of be in one general area, if you create like a room strictly for streamers, if people see that they're streaming and whatnot, they can just hop in and talk with them as an idea. Because that's one thing I was going to do on my channel, was a streaming channel that's locked to just people that are streamers. And you can drag people, like basically give them admin to move into them or whatever.
Would I get enough people, I'll do that. For now, I'm just like, just use this, it's fine.
Yeah. I just, it's one of those things where I don't want to kind of make an assumption or, I, like with one place, my Destiny 2 clan, I was accused of trying to springboard off of that streamer, even though we helped him get affiliate.
You're fine, man.
And it's like, I'm not trying to springboard off of anybody. I got affiliate pretty freaking fast, in my opinion, and I don't have a problem with that. But, like, I don't post on there anymore. He's even coming to my streams like, dude, I haven't seen you around in there. And I was like, dude, you basically accused me in DMs of me trying to clout chase you, someone who's essentially, I hate saying it, almost a nobody streamer.
All right, let me quickly show you this.
Okay.
Where was it? Invite people, edit link, never, and no limit. You generate link, and then that is what you'd use to post below so that people can instantly jump in.
Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, no, I'll do that with mine as well. But yeah, no, I mean, a good hub for like a general community would be cool as well.
That's kind of what I'm trying to push mine as, is just this is a place to hang out, have fun. I don't care if other people are streamers. I don't care about that. It's, I'm fine with it. That's why I appreciate what you said, but I don't care. I'm chill. It's community, hang out, have fun.
Well, it's one of those things. Is I part of my PTSD, just to kind of break it down for you, is, in my personality is, I don't let things kind of sit and fester. Like if I feel like I need to address something, I'll just address it. Or if I think that is a confirm, like with the my Destiny 2 clan, with the leader of the clan, who essentially made that accusation to me. No, I don't ever want to think that I would be using somebody for any kind of influence or anything like that, or what have you. Because I'm just not that kind of person. I don't like to use people. I think that's underhanded. That's just being a shitty person in general. Yep.
And my view is on that, just to let you know, I'm fine if that actually was the case, because I think it should go both ways that way. Kind of like you said, I want us to both build our communities up. I want us to both, it shouldn't be, oh, well, that's my community member, you can't have them. Okay, well, I already auto-hosted you, so I kind of already fine with it.
Well, yeah, I think auto-hosting, if you're streaming, I'm automatically doing that, and hell, I would raid, but our stream times are a little bit different now. And I don't raid unless I have a significant number of people.
Yeah, same here.
Because it's like at some point it's like, yeah, I got like 2 people, and I know one of them is my mod, and she's not going to stick around.
Yeah. Hey, I don't have a mod. I have my own moderator.
My wife likes to be my mod. She also said she was going to be my very first sub, and she did. And I'm like, okay, I just learned not to argue with her. I'm like, fine. I mean, that's...
Hey, she's trying to be supportive. Take that.
Absolutely. But she's spending $5 and giving Amazon,
Oh, yeah. No, I get that.
just to give me less than half of that. I'm like, okay, I the math doesn't work, but I appreciate it, and this is not a hill I'm willing to die on.
Yep.
All right. I will catch you guys later. I gotta do some prep on my game and see if this challenge is going to be too much for some of these players. More skeletons and birds.
But yeah, let me know when you want to chat about that system, or you can just hit up Codemaster. He knows it as well. But like I said, I'll be back on in about 3-ish hours. I hope to see everyone here again and hang out and have fun. Until then, as always, enjoy the story. We'll see you all next time.